This is a clouds weather alert. Good Wednesday afternoon, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud coming in the air right now as we're tracking some severe thunderstorm threat toward our local zones. You can see there in the yellow shaded area, there's a severe thunderstorm warning there until about 4:30 p.m. as we're looking toward multiple counties here within the viewing circle. I know you see in the pink shaded area, that's a severe thunderstorm watch here. And that severe thunderstorm watch goes all the way to 10 p.m. as we're looking towards some of the different counties. I know that's why I'm sitting down. You might not be able to tell, but I set things up a little bit different today here to try to give you guys the very latest and, be with you for multiple hours here in front of the wall because this looks like a very long event as we're trying to just update the best we can here with the overall scenarios. So again, let's just kind of see what's going on with this severe thunderstorm warning situation right now as we look up toward the north here. We're just trying to keep you safe, trying to keep you informed. Let's make sure we have the best radar views on. We're going to go to velocity off of the Valdosta site there. I know you can see the situation here. We have the yellow box, and then we have this severe thunderstorm warning in play. I'll go ahead and drag that down some. We already have some damage reports to the north there in Ward County. Just north of the viewing circle, power lines were down there, as well as outflow winds causing, just a situation where a tree fell there on a house. So not good at all as we're looking in toward those zones just north of our area as we're trying to keep you informed here, just trying to keep you up to date with the very latest information. And you can see our yellow box here. That's a severe thunderstorm warning until 4:30. I'll go ahead and kind of turn this over just a little bit here. You can kind of see Decatur and Grady, Thomas, as well as Brooks here for another hour. This is just the beginning though here, folks. This really is just the beginning in terms of our warnings. Our first one of maybe many because we're just so hot. We're at 92 here east of Stark right now. I'll go ahead and say the temperatures here across our 38 counties. I know as we're kind of looking at things here, just trying to update you the best we can. You see 100 there toward Valdosta with the actual air temperature. I mean, we have an extreme heat warning. That's factoring more the heat index value. But the actual air temperature has gotten to 100 in Valdosta and Bainbridge. And, that's just really adding to the fuel here for the storm activity as we're looking at things the best we can here. So, again, just need to be very mindful as we're going to be with you for a while. I have my phone here with me to try to get some updates from it as well here, in terms of some other things, in terms of the overall meteorological information that we're going to be getting on in here throughout the afternoon and evening in terms of the overall scenario. So again, you see here the temperatures. Let's see those feels like temperatures here. I was seeing, well past 110 in some spots earlier on, and that's still the case now toward Folkestone. It feels like 117 there. I know where I'm at here east of Stark on my reading, it feels like temperature of 114 with an actual air temperature of 92. It's just so muggy out there, just so humid, just so much moisture around with this heat, making it feel just so, not good out there, swampy for sure, as we're looking at the situation. So again, that's why we have the logo red between that and our severe thunderstorm threat here that's going to be lasting over multiple hours. And this warning here, I know this is happening, and instability value is about 5,000 joules per kilogram. So a lot of energy available, as I've talked about with these temperatures, with this, this moisture around. We have all these parameters coming into play for damage and gust. That's your big threat. Not really tornadoes today. We could have some flooding as well because they're moving, not really fast. 25 miles an hour, but they can move faster sometimes when we're getting this efficient of rainfall production. But the warning here, we're tracking, the situation where there's 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail. The actual polygon includes and extends into areas outside of the viewing circle as we're looking at things, I know, and in our viewing circle. But northeastern Decatur, Cook, northern Grady, Miller, Mitchell, Baker, Thomas, northwestern Brooks, northeastern Early, Colquitt, southwestern Tipped, and southeastern Worth counties there, as we're trying to keep you up to date, as we're trying to be very mindful here of the situation. So again, we have just so many of the zones, whether they're in our area or just outside of the area involved, parts of Decatur, Cook, Grady, Miller, Mitchell, Baker, Thomas, Brooks, Early, Colquitt, Tipped, and Worth. So again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here on the situation. You can kind of see here, I know I'm getting more reports of some damage there, like around, areas just north of the zone. Numerous trees were down in Newton, Georgia. One large tree blocking both lanes of Georgia 37, with several other reports of trees and power lines down north of Newton in the county. So again, just trying to keep you guys informed. We're trying to give you guys the very latest information for 38 counties here. Just trying to keep everybody safe the best we can with the overall scenario. Just trying to be here for you in these inclement conditions. We're just trying to be very mindful of everything that's going on. Let me go ahead and come back on camera right now. I just appreciate everybody tuning on in here on this Wednesday, this hump day. And I have a lot of different tools here I'm looking at here in the Weather Center. Let's go ahead and kind of zoom in on the radar. Now, some of this, actual damage, as I'll click on this report, here, was actually from some outflow winds. So that's what we got to be watching for. Even if you don't see a lot of the convection here into our northern zones, we could be getting some winds here out ahead a little bit that are problematic. You can kind of see that boundary already coming through some of the areas in the northern fringes. Granted, hopefully it's kind of weakened some here over the last little bit as we've been watching things as it gets a little bit further down, but maybe a little bit further away from the actual apex of the storm activity. But, coming toward Cairo there as we're looking at things, more populated area here over the next little bit as we try to keep you up to date. So, again, just really trying to be mindful here of the situation. Let me go ahead and see here what we have in terms of this, the velocity. You can kind of see here with some of the more focused activity in northern parts of Grady County. You have a situation where we're seeing winds of at least 29, but there's probably a lot more of that wind energy getting down here in spots that can cause that damage. So, got to be very mindful here of the situation. Let me see if there are any questions or comments here on this hump day as we're watching these severe conditions. I don't see anything yet, but just appreciate everybody tuning in and trusting me here as we're monitoring things very, very carefully here with the overall meteorological picture, the meteorological storyline, as things do go along. You have this severe thunderstorm watching. We now have a new warning. Okay. We got a new warning in our eastern fringes now. This is, going to be a very busy day, it looks like, in terms of the overall activity. This is a warning now from the Jacksonville office, and it's going to be as we get toward the east here. We're talking about areas there of Glenn, Brantley, and then Wayne just outside of it right at 4:15. At 3:35, a severe thunderstorm was located near Raybon there at 10 miles north of Ahunna, moving east about 25 miles an hour. So 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail, Everett, Raybon, Waynesville, Thalman, Mount Pleasant, and Hortense here. So we have a situation where we need to go ahead and watch this carefully. This is in our north, western parts here. Well, let's just start over with that. I mean, you see parts of Brantley County as we're looking at things, and just to kind of give you perspective here, we're talking about northwestern Glenn County with this warning as well as northeastern Brantley. So, again, just trying to update the best we can. This is a very busy day we're going to have. We're going to have to watch these, this is in our northern area. This, a thread that's going to last all the way. It looks like into our southern areas. That might not, until 10 o'clock when the watch goes away. I mean, some models had this not even going away till later, but they have to have this starting later. So we'll just have to, be very mindful here. This is going to be very, busy. We have just so much energy around. We have the focal point with the boundary. They just had some really dangerous conditions toward areas there last night in western North Carolina and just some of those areas there, South Carolina, zones in and around, that corridor, East Tennessee, just really busy there yesterday. So, we can't completely rule out a quick spin of tornado even around here, but that's not our main threat, and they had some of that potential yesterday as we were looking up there. But again, it's going to be very busy here as we're looking at things in the hours to come. Granted, I don't want to make it sound like you can't just be out and about, because a lot of us are staying dry right now, so I don't want to scare you guys, because a lot of you guys don't even have rain or storms around yet. It's just as a more enhanced, per se, summertime day here with the overall convection and the convective nature of things as we're looking at the overall meteorological picture. So again, just going to be trying to keep you guys informed here hour by hour as we go ahead and look here. As we go ahead and look, you can kind of see off toward this view here as we kind of get north of Tallahassee. We have the storm activity here toward Grady County here. The severe thunderstorm warning until 4:30. You can kind of see here the overall wind potential here. That doesn't look overwhelming, but we could have burst of wind as we look in here in some cases, that are stronger. Let's go past 30 because, this is about all it was. Maybe just a little brighter up there than it is in our area, and that was causing quite a bit of damage. So we got to assume it's going to cause quite a bit of damage in toward our counties here. And maybe doing that right now there. This is headed, the boundary is going right through Cairo right now here, that outflow boundary that the Weather Service, has been talking about in terms of the damage reporting coming on out to the north of the viewing circle. So again, this is going to be something where we're really having to be very mindful of the situation here as we look at things, as we keep you guys updated here, as we keep you guys updated across the 38 counties. Again, just trying to keep everybody safe and informed here. Just trying to be here for you. We're trying to be here for you the best we can. Just very busy here with the overall scenario. Let me go ahead and we're going to come back on camera right now. Again, you do see here the situation with storm accent to the north. That's starting to translate into the viewing area here as we're looking, Thomasville. Let's see how that boundary's doing. That boundary's kind of right in there. If you see where my mouse is, it looks like it's kind of right in here. So you're going to get some strong winds from that, and you're going to get a more focused accent back behind. So again, we need to be very mindful of this here as we're looking. Let's go ahead and we're gonna, where do we want to go with this? We're going to go to outages. Let's go ahead and get a power outage information. We're, seeing already outages here in some spots, the area this afternoon with some pop-up stuff we've been seeing, but none of that had been severe as we've been looking. But you see that orange area just north of the area, that's a, significant outage just north of our southwest to south central Georgia counties. So, just got to be very mindful. We want to go ahead and, if you're under that severe thunderstorm watch, everybody is in our area except one county, and that's Levy. Everybody else is under the watch until 10. So you want to go ahead and maybe charge your devices up here in case you lose power, as we, we could see a decent number in the dark, more than a typical summertime day. This isn't like, this is not like a derecho in the Midwest or anything like that. Don't get me wrong. But this is still going to be pretty impactful. So we need to be very mindful of the situation as we're keeping you informed. Let me go ahead and see here what we have in terms of the day one risk from the Storm Prediction Center. The latest information, you see that yellow zone, that yellow corridor here, and that is, for a threat of damaging wind gusts. That's what the, this is driven by. As we go to the tornado risk, you don't have that show up. The hail risk doesn't show up here as we look, but, it's a situation here as we keep you informed. We're just watching for that threat there. For that threat of some damaging wind gusts. So, again, just trying to be here. Let me see here, just checking some other information to make sure not missing anything here behind the scenes. We have these two warnings on the board. Don't want to forget about the one to the east here. As again, we're going to have a very long, afternoon and evening, it looks like, in the Weather Center. A very long period here. We're going to have to track things. As we go ahead and give you the very latest information, you can see here as we have more damage reports coming out. We also have a risk here of some severe weather tomorrow, by the way. Now, there's a marginal 1 out of 5 risk, so this is not, just going to be a one and done, unfortunately, here as we look at the overall situation. Granted, we do need the rain because of our drought situation, but it's not going to be a one and done. You see even a flood advisory, it looks like, down toward Marion there right now. As I go ahead and do some informational, kind of querying on that, I know I'll go ahead and look here at the other source here and see what that's all about. That is a flood advisory, that green box for parts of Marion to 4:15. As we look down that way, and in addition to the severe thunderstorm watch that's in play till 10 p.m. So, again, let's go ahead and see what these other damage reports look like here. As we get toward, parts of Colquitt County, a tree down on Georgia 37, a tree down there on a road. So just a lot going on here, with some of those reports off to the north of the viewing circle. And we're going to start getting those to trickle in here in the viewing circle as we look ahead in toward the timeline. So, again, we have a warning right now for parts of Decatur, parts of Grady, parts of Thomas, and parts of Brooks until 4:30 p.m. And that's in the Tallahassee counties per se. In the Jacksonville County, we have a rogue storm here for parts of Brantley this morning, parts of Glenn. Just trying to keep you guys up to date. It also goes into Wayne, just north of the area. But Now that storm, let me check something with that. Make sure we don't have any type of tornado possible tab because it looks to be a little bit of green and red. Granted, I would think it'd be a situation where there'd be more of a burst of wind energy. But let me check some information. We do have a little bit of supercell composite values showing up on one of my sources today. So there's a little bit of rotational potential compared to our normal summertime day, but the risk overall still is very low for a tornado. And in fact, as I kind of keep my eyes on this storm, again, we're watching this potential there toward parts of Glen and Brantley in our area. Let me go ahead and we're going to zoom in first off. Let's just zoom in here. See, some of these areas here east of Needmore, for instance. This is in southeast Georgia, though, and west of Browntown, right near where that fire situation was. We have this storm coming in. That's where we had the fire, burn all those homes there back toward earlier this year. Just such a terrible scenario back in April. As we're looking at things meteorologically here, and now they're getting a potentially severe thunderstorm going over some of those same areas here as we're looking in parts of Brantley County. So again, just got to be very mindful of the situation here. Let's go over to, we're going to go over right now to some other sources here. What I want to go to right now, we're going to go to some things in our show mode and look at today's storm threats. So I increased the risk of severe gusts because of already seeing reports to our north of our area. I increased that risk to high here, high impact in terms of, the overall severity in terms of just the storm activity here. And it's for some spots, not a widespread thing, in terms of not everybody's going to get, damage and winds, but it's a little bit higher than normal chance. So based on already seeing damage to the north, it looks like it's going to happen somewhere in our area for sure, if it's not already happened now, by now. As you look toward that tornado threat risk there, very low. Maybe a quick spin of tornado, but very low overall. There's a low chance there. Maybe, some hail involved in some of these, and then a medium chance here of some urban flooding as we're looking at this scenario. So we do need the rain, though. We do need that rainfall. I'm going to say the European rainfall forecast totals, information, and you can kind of see as it loads, and I see a new warning just popped up I'll get to in a moment, but we're just going to kind of load some of this on in here, and you can kind of see as we look at the forecast to seeing some of these numbers here. I'm sitting down today, by the way, if you're wondering why I may be turning a little weird, but we're going to be here for a while. So, again, I'm just trying to give you guys the very latest. You can see the word Cross City, Cedar Key, and Perry. There are multiple inches of rain, in the days ahead here, adding on up. Even around Stark and Gainesville, but you can see maybe upward of a half a foot there as we get off towards some of those different zones. So, yeah, definitely something to be mindful of here. And we did get that new warning, so let me see what that's all about. I think that's in our area or west of our area. It may be west of our area here as we're trying to keep you up to date. So, it's way west of our area. Okay, I saw Central Time Zone, but sometimes it can be a little bit tricky. That's way west. That's near Panama City. That's not our concern then. Just want to make sure, but again, we're watching the more organized threat off toward the east today and toward the pink shaded areas here. With the overall severe thunderstorm watch all the way to 10 o'clock. So we got hours to go here as we're looking at the situation. I know, let's pull up the futurecast or forecast model here. It did not start off right at all. It's been running way, way, way behind with this. It shows this stuff not getting through here to like 7 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. It's already happening. So, just use that as a guide in terms of the mapping, but not the time. It's going to be through here a lot earlier than that, I would think, unless we're going to get a bigger flood threat. The models are just not doing good here lately as we're looking at things. But again, I'm just trying to keep you guys informed here. See this banner, there's not an advisory for this. You can't, I'm not able to click on it because I have our watch ahead of the special weather statement in our system. I can actually change that. We'll go ahead and try to change that around here as we look so I can click on some of that information. I know it's going to take this stuff off for a moment, but we're going to shift some things around so I can click on some stuff. Let me move that severe thunderstorm watch to the bottom of the list here, even though it's very important. It's just so I can click on other stuff. We know the watch goes till 10, so let me just kind of move that down in our rank list here for now so I can kind of click on some of our other information. So see our special weather statement all the way to 445 here for the overall boundary coming on in here as we're looking at things. So just trying to keep you up to date here. One thing it's doing, I got to figure out why it's putting the heat advisory ahead of that, and I have that marked off. Okay, I was wondering why I was doing that. Let me go ahead and change something else there. in our system. We have so many alerts here I'm having to try to kind of like cover up because we got just so much going on here meteorologically. As we're looking at the situation, so I got to put our heat advisory below this here. We just otherwise the map would just be so busy. You guys wouldn't be able to see anything here. So we'll put the heat advisory below that, and now that way, I just had the way I have it set in our system. It just changing some things behind the scenes. Just a one-man band, so trying to give you guys the very latest here on the situation. This is probably the busiest day we've had here for the 2 months. We've had here with this Baron upgrade in play. So going to be very busy here in the hours to come. In terms, of using this graphic system and the different tools in the toolkit. So, again, you can see this is coming into parts of Decatur Canyon right now here as we're looking at things in toward parts of that zone. You can see some of this wind coming on in right now, just starting to enter on in there as we look at things. You can see parts of Grady, parts of Thomas, parts of Brooks under that warning till 4:30. Let me see if there's any questions or comments here on this Wednesday. Just appreciate everybody tuning on in. Looks like we've got quite a few here. A few people watching, quite a few people watching here. John B. watching, appreciate you tuning in. We have, oh goodness, people are again here. I guess it's time to block somebody here in terms of our overall group here. So again, just appreciate everybody tuning on in. Let me go ahead and continue to watch the situation here. So parts of Decatur, parts of Grady, parts of Thomas and Brooks here. Severe thunderstorm warning until about 4:30. This storm really picking up with the lightning off toward the east right now. A little bit of that green and red there around Browntown. Just trying to keep everybody safe and informed here on this Wednesday with the overall situation. Let's go on between some of the different tools here in the toolkit. So parts of Brantley County here in this. I know. So Glenn County at 3:48, a severe thunderstorm was located 7 miles north of Waynesville or 11 miles southeast or northeast of Nahunta, moving east at about 15 miles an hour. So Everett, Waynesville, Thalman, and Mount Pleasant involved. So, we're seeing continuous cloud to ground lightning that's occurring with this storm. Move indoors immediately. Lightning is one of nature's leading killers. Remember, if you can hear thunder, you are close enough to be struck. Just torrential rainfall is occurring with this storm and may lead to flash flooding, so do not drive your vehicle through flooded roadways. So just very important to keep in mind there. But as we're looking at things, as we're updating you, we're just looking through some of the different tools here in the toolkit again of this severe thunderstorm warning. There's a lot of lightning in here too, so just remind you guys of that lightning safety here. When thunder roars, go indoors. Lightning can strike miles away from a parent storm. So very important to keep in mind as we're looking at things, as we're updating you guys here the best we can. You see some lightning here towards some of our southern fringes here. Parts of Dixie County, severe thunderstorm watch till 10 p.m. And you see some stuff off toward Levy County as well, some lightning down there. So I'm just trying to keep everybody up to date here on the situation. Just looking through all our different maps here. Let me see that watch a different way. You can see that severe thunderstorm watch, several zones here. Everybody but Levy under that area till 10 p.m. with that severe thunderstorm watch. So that means severe thunderstorms are possible in and close to the watch area. So we got to be very mindful here of things as we're updating you the best we can. Let me go ahead and jump back on over here toward our other mode. Just trying to update you here. Parts of Decatur, parts of Grady, parts of Thomas, parts of Brooks there to 430. Let's look here at the infrared satellite. See how things have been bubbling up here meteorologically over the last little bit. We're seeing some of that convexing get going, so just have to be very cognizant of that. I know it's 93 here east historic as I'm looking at my thermometer. So again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here on the overall situation. Again, even a little bit of that, rotation in here showing up in our BTI value on a scale from 1 to 10 there at 2.8. So a little bit, that means that, that Roy, as we're looking there, a small chance of a quick spin up tornado within that. Not zero, but not very high here at this point in time as we're looking there around Browntown. And, this is moving towards Thalman there. So the Thalman community giving you guys a heads up there as we're watching things, as we're keeping you guys up to date here on the overall situation. We just want to be very vigilant there around Thalman as things evolve in toward that zone. See parts of our area, again, trying to keep you informed here. You do have areas there of Grady County involved, as well as Thomas, Brooks there. Just trying to update you here. Decatur's in there. It's north of Bainbridge, though, with this one. And there's an advisory for you guys there in the word Bainbridge in parts of Decatur County. See parts of Grady County here, parts of Thomas County, parts of Brooks County there, as we're just trying to update you the best we can. This storm is just interesting to me here as we look northeast in Nehana. I'm just going to continue to watch things. Let me do a storm track on it. An actual storm track here. So it's moving east at 15 miles an hour. Let me change our rank size up here. Thalman there, and then areas there around Fraser's Crossing and Shady Acres here over the next little bit. So again, we're just going to have to continue to watch things here with this overall movement here with the overall weather patterns. So. Again, just going between some different things. Around it looks like Popwellville there. Again, seeing some of this green and red here, but again, that's probably more of a burst of wind energy than rotation, but we'll monitor that potential here. We'll monitor because, this accent, some of it toward the north yesterday that we had to get going really was problematic there as we were looking, in areas there up toward, like north toward. There were tornado warnings and toward areas there in North Carolina and South Carolina vicinity. The different weather services having to issue some alerts there for potential tornadic activity, eastern Tennessee. So again, just Roy, being mindful here of the situation the best we can. That's what we want to do. Okay, so we're talking about parts of Decatur County there, also Grady County, Thomas, and Brooks. I know this is just, these signatures are not the most overwhelming. We have that boundary, but they're not warning for that right now. The Weather Service, they're, it's an advisory for that. The Tallahassee office there, this boundary, this outflow boundary this has been going through, like Thomasville, about to be going through the Bainbridge area there. And it's a situation here. It's a situation where, let me go ahead and kind of look at the special weather statement details. So we have wind gusts there with the boundary about 40 miles an hour possible. And we're just talking about, that could knock down some tree limbs and blow around unsecured objects. So let me go ahead and just keep looking here. We have this warning off toward the east. Moving over toward Thalman there. Definitely looks like a little bit of a hail signature in there around Popwellville. Let's put some of these roads on here. Dutch Road, Jones Road, Carl Burney Road, and now that's already moved. That's just how this is at this time, of year when we're tracking severe storms. Or, really, these are moving slower now, and just a little more sustained, and a lot of other, severe accidents. So it's a situation here where we're just, going to be watching things here with the Doppler technology very carefully. We're just going to be watching things very carefully here with the Doppler activity because the sustained convection here, is something where things could shift here pretty quick. That's really it goes any time of year when we're zooming in really tight like this to street levels. So. Again, just watching the severe thunderstorm warning as we, give you the latest there. Look, we have some other thunderstorm activity in the area here as well. So just gonna continue to watch things here across our 38 counties. Just continuing to watch things here very carefully. Just updating you the best I can here. I'm sure there's any more questions, comments here right now. We'll see if that warning could get extended toward Glenn County there. As we're watching things the best we can. So again, just trying to update you here. We're going to go ahead and zoom in here on our satellite product and kind of try to give you guys a look here at some of this stuff as it bubbles on up. I mean, you can see here the overall situation. Definitely something here where, that accent is starting to get going. The meteorological spark here really, telling that story as things do evolve here. Just got to be very mindful. Let's go ahead and go to power outage information. Let's go ahead and go to power outage information. we're going to see here, Leon County, that, that boundary is kind of getting closer, but I don't know if it's actually, I hadn't really got there, the one. So just sometimes the overall pattern here, let's look back to past hour. Let's go back even further here. Not looking like it's weather related. That's obviously kind of concerning to have people without power and it's still so warm there. Granted, that boundary will probably cool things off pretty soon, but just trying to keep folks up to date here. 200 out so far in Thomas County. That's not overwhelming. That's good that it's that low, but we'll just have to continue to watch the trends here. This could change here pretty quickly. Let's get over toward the east a little bit with this. 4,000 out in Marion County. Haven't had any warnings down there, but that's just sometimes how it can be in that area there with, there's a lot of trees down there. We've had storm accident, even if it's not, officially been severe. So that's just how it can be sometimes here with the overall weather pattern. So again, just trying to update folks. You see around Thalman here. Watching this movement. Eventually, this could, get areas there just north of Brunswick along Interstate 95. So we're just going to be watching the overall progress of this. Last update from the Weather Service was that at 3:57, a severe thunderstorm is located near Waynesville, or 13 miles northeast of Nahana, moving east at 25 miles an hour. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail, both a possibility there. As we're looking, you're talking about Waynesville, Everett, and Thalman there. So for your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building if you can. Continuous cloud-to-ground lightning is occurring with this storm. Moving towards immediately. Lightning is one of nature's leading killers. And remember, if you can hear thunder, you're close enough to be struck by lightning. Torrential rainfall is occurring with this storm and may lead to flash flooding, so do not drive your vehicle through flooded roadways. So important to keep in mind there. By the way, we're at 101 in Tallahassee now. Goodness, these temperatures are just not fun. Let's go over to that map. You can see 101 the actual air temperature toward Tallahassee now in Leon County, 100 toward Madison, 100 toward Valdosta. Just very, hot, oppressive type of temperatures here, telling that story. It is just not fun out there. You got to make sure you're drinking plenty of water. Wear light color, loose fitting clothing here as we're looking at things. And then let's look at this. Feels like temperatures. Ugh, it's just not good. It's swampy. This is just not ideal weather at all. You can see these temperatures here. Well, this here is a heat index map, but these values here are well into the triple digits. In terms of those feels like readings, just trying to give you guys the very latest here with this. You just got to be very mindful here. It is just so oppressive here, these temperatures. It is just not fun at all as we're looking here at the overall scenario. So I'm just trying to update you here. I'm just looking through some different sources here, at my disposal in the Weather Center. Just checking if there's any questions, comments here. I'll check on my other screen here in a moment. I see AJ Watson there, Top Cat Watson. Appreciate you guys tuning on in here. Just appreciate the viewership here. As we're watching, I appreciate folks like Danielle Watson, and you were talking about, areas around Brunswick there. Appreciate them watching, and then John B. Watson. Just appreciate the viewership here as we're looking at things. I'll pull it up on my other screen here to make sure I'm not missing anybody. I don't normally pull it up on the screen in front of me, but I just really do appreciate everybody tuning on in here as I look to see if we have any new alerts, anything like that. Again, looks like we have right now 19 of you watching over there on YouTube. So it's really, really, hot in terms of it feels like readings in the actual air temperature. I mean, I stepped outside earlier and it's just as swampy that ever gets there in terms of the overall pattern. See around Thalman here. Seeing some of this wind potential, Georgia Highway 32, Main Road there, just tracking this here. See Glen Avenue. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect. See these boundaries in here. These can be sometimes, if they're a little stronger, I know it's not going to soak much, but, if these are a little bit stronger, sometimes they can be more, problematic there as we look. And we've already seen that to the north of our area there, but you saw that kind of heading in the direction of Quitman there, for instance. So they'll be at least under an advisory, if not a warning for that here as we look ahead in toward the timeline. So. See around Thalman there. Seeing some of that lightning on the Doppler view. And our thunder roars go indoors here. $60-mile-an-hour wind gust a possibility. Got a new warning now. Okay, they've extended this warning now to 4:45. Okay, that's this coming on out here. So at 4:10, a severe thunderstorm warning includes north central Camden, southwestern Glen, and east central Brantley counties there in southeastern Georgia. At 4:09, severe thunderstorm. It was located over Waynesville near Thalman, or about 13 miles east of Nahana, moving east at 20 miles an hour. Dock Junction, Waynesville, Thalman, and Atkinson involved in this. So just got to be really mindful of that 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and penny-sized hail potential here as we're looking there, as we're looking toward the Brunswick zone. Right now it's kind of cutting off right, at Brunswick there as I'm looking, and you can see that here on this map as well. So. Let's pull up power outage information. See Thomas County over 4% in the dark now. Brantley County almost 1% in the dark. So definitely telling that other story here as we're looking at things. With those outages starting to add on up for sure. Let's go in between some things here. Again, trying to keep everybody safe and informed. Let's go over to the current information. That's not what I wanted. Let's go to county power outage total. Just watching some of these outages here. They're not overwhelming, yeah, but that could change here as we look ahead into toward the timeline. So. Okay, new warning north of our area. Let me make sure this doesn't include, that's just north of Lanier, it looks like. So that is for Berrien, Irwin, Tip, Turner, and Worth. So that does not include Lounder and Lanier, that new warning that goes until 5:30. So that's north of our area, this alert up here. So, in this corridor here, I'm just kind of drawing a line there. Of course, we're, hoping for the best up there, but that's north of our 38 counties. We used to cover 62 and up into that zone, but not anymore. But, we have to continue to watch things here. Little burst of wind energy, just got to be mindful of them. Again, if you're watching other spots, a lot of spots are still quiet, and it's okay, to be out and about, but still be vigilant. But, like here in Bradford County, we're under the watch until 10 p.m. Winter will watch until 10 p.m. So that means the thunderstorms are favorable in and close to the watch area until about 10 p.m. as we're looking. So a long period ahead of us here. Just be vigilant as we're looking over the hours to come. In the hours to come here as we're all watching things and as we're tracking things here. We just got to be paying attention here as we're looking at things. Again, still just trying to scroll through some of the different radar scans here. Just trying to update the best we can. Let's pull up here. We're going to go over the temperatures again to see how hot it is in spots that have not gotten the storms yet. 101 in Tallahassee. It is just oppressive out there. I know we're at 93 here. It's dark as well as, with the reading on the screen here, but my thermometer also has 93. And 100 there in Madison, 100 Valdosta. It is just toasty, toasty, toasty out there as we're looking at things. I know. Let's go over to the feels like temperatures. You can kind of see here, looking at this, some of these numbers are getting ahead of, past 110 even. So just not good at all as we're looking at the situation. It's not fun to be outside. So again, I was showing you this graphic earlier, and I'll go through it again, as we look here. Well, okay, let's just go past that. Actually, I clicked past it. I didn't really want to go there anyway. Let's just say you see how hot it is in other parts of the country, sure. As we're looking at the overall situation, and then, we do need the rain around here, though. We do need that rainfall as we're looking at things, as we're updating you the best we can. It's just a situation here where we're way behind, and of course, yesterday we were looking here at the information in terms of, how hot it was getting today. We're getting even hotter here as we look at the heat risk, as we look at the overall heat risk here. It's just an extreme one here. We got to be very mindful of that. Let's go over to the extreme heat alert with this extreme heat warning and planned to 8 o'clock. So we, just very oppressive temperatures here as we're looking at things the best we can. Just got to be really mindful here. You don't want to forget anyone in a hot car, obviously, as everyone operates on autopilot once in a while. So you just got to be really mindful here. Just place a bag or other item in the back seat to remind you of passengers. Place the stuffed animal in the front seat as a reminder to check for passengers there. Also, just consider additional methods such as phone alarms, partner buddy check-ins, or built-in car reminder systems. So just really important here to keep in mind as we're watching things with the overall, latest information here. Let me go through here. Heat safety when working now. Just drink a cup of cool water every 20 minutes. Even if you're not thirsty for long jobs, drink a beverage with electrolytes and take regular breaks to rest, as during hot conditions, skipping breaks is not safe. Just seek periodic breaks in the AC if possible. Spend time in the shade there when outdoors. So, again, just got to be careful here. Very, very careful. Just be taking precautions here with this heat for sure as we're looking at the overall situation. So, just trying to be mindful of all that. Let me go through here. We're going to go to that rainfall graphic actually now. Let me just, you'll be able to see it kind of go through here for us, and then it'll stop, it's not saying a whole bunch of rain from what we're seeing for now, but, that is not exactly the case in some of the hyperlocal areas, and then we're going to have just more moisture here, maybe not as much of a severe threat, but there'll still be one at points. But you see it's just going to add up these totals here as we look, just getting higher and higher here. We need the rain, though. We just don't want the severe weather, but you see our European rainfall forecast totals graphic giving us a lot of rain here as we look ahead in the timeline. And then let's see here now the threats. For today, we do have that high risk, and, just based on the overall setup with some severe gusts likely. Already probably have had some in our area. High probability of that, and a very low chance there of a quick spin-up tornado. Low chance, some small hail, isolated small hail possible, and medium chance there of some urban flood. So let's go back over to the Doppler for now. I'm going to get back on in here. Again, just trying to give you the latest. Let me see if there's any more questions or comments here. Just appreciate everybody tuning on in and trusting me. Appreciate the viewership here. Got this horning off toward the east. As we look here, Waynesville, Hainer, Glencoe. Looks a little bit weaker. Let me see how our scans are setting up with this. You know, maybe not quite as much that wind energy still went up on the Doppler scans, but still pretty formidable storm heading toward the Brunswick area here over the next little bit. So you got to be mindful of that there in toward Glenn County as we're keeping you informed. Have a significant advisory now towards St. Johns County as we're seeing some stuff pop on up down there. You know, not anything too crazy in the wind signals, but at the beaches, it's time to get inside. To get, you know, inside when thunder roars, go indoors there as we're looking at things. Still a lot of light into the east here, even if the wind signal was a little bit weaker, a little bit reduced. Still have our day 1 convective outlook risk, you know, of slight, 2 out of 5 on the scale. Have that wind risk really driving it. Threat of some damage and wind gusts in the hours to come. Again, just trying to look here at the Doppler scans the best I can. Let's go back over toward the temperature map. You can see Thomasville, a big drop in temperature there, now down to 79 in the lower parts of Thomas County. So I definitely seeing that, you know, reading falling down some there as we're looking at things, you know, with that rain cool air mass in there as we're looking, you know, but 101 still toward Tallahassee. 101 there in toward Leon County, just incredible. That's the actual air temperature. 100 in Valdosta there, and then these feels like temperatures here. Whew, feels like 118 right now in Perry there. And just very oppressive temperatures there for sure. But as we're keeping you guys up to date here on things the best we can. Let's see some other information here. Now we look at that warning there, but let's go over to hydro. We're gonna, you know, hydrology mode here. Let's go to the official forecast for 137 with rainfall. 5 inches there on average, 4, 3. Just a lot of precip for sure as we look ahead and toward that timeline. You know, just seeing the overall flash flooding threat here on the screen. Definitely being mindful of that as we look ahead in the timeline. Again, I just trying to update you here. I'm sitting down today because it's going to be a long one here And it seems with all these storms, as we're updating the best we can. Again, parts of Grady, parts of that area there, as well as Decatur and Thomas and Brooks here to 4:30. Let me see if they're going to extend this warning. They haven't said anything yet in terms of if they're, they're not haven't issued a new warning, is what I'm saying about that. But it's also a warning up toward Albany, but that's north of our area. But a 54-mile-an-hour wind gust there toward Miller County. That's just north of our area, so that could be a sign of what we're getting towards some more counties. Again, let's see here on that Doppler. Okay, we just got an update here for Glenn to 445. Okay, and Camden, Brantley included in this warning. Let me move this over so you guys can see Brunswick a little bit better here on this in terms of the perspective. So at 424, a severe thunderstorm was located just south of Thalman. There, 7 miles west of Dog Junction, moving east at 25 miles an hour. We're talking about continuous clouded ground lightning is occurring with a storm moving indoors immediately. Lightning is one of the nature's leading killers. So remember, if you can hear thunder, you're close enough to be struck by lightning. Torrential rainfall is occurring with this storm and may lead to some flash flooding, so do not drive your vehicle through flooded roadways. So it's important to keep in mind there. And we have 4 warnings right now in South Florida, but 2 of them are not for our area. This one here is north, this is north, this is in our area, this is in our area. So again, and I'm in front of that. So let's do that again. This is in our area though. And I'm sitting down, so it's kind of hard for me to like just move over here too much as we're looking at things, as we're updating. Normally I'm standing up, but we know it's going to be such a long event here, in terms of the overall setup. So I want to be in front of the wall, though, the best I can for everybody. Try to be as we go ahead and look here. Again, we have this warning here, including parts of Glenn and parts of Brantley and just that overall vicinity, Camden there. We have this off to the east. They may not extend this. Let me see. The way this is kind of going, it looks like the stronger winds is in the advisory for the most part now, the stronger winds as we're looking at things. So again, just continuing to give you the latest. Let me just go ahead and keep on looking at things the best I can. See, Thomas Watson, appreciate you tuning in. Let's go in between some of the different sources here in the Weather Center. I'm going to remind you guys of our coverage area. 38 counties here, just trying to keep you up to date here when we have some severe weather around like we do today. It's a pretty active day here as we're looking at things on the Doppler technology. Just trying to update you. We're just trying to be, informing you. Still that slight risk of some severe weather in play. We see getting different alerts in, but those have been, some of those have been outside of our area. But we have some in our area right now that we're tracking. See parts of Decatur, parts of Grady, parts of Thomas, parts of Brooks here involved with this warning. We have our warning to the east here. Let me put our street level one here, our street level mapping. here on Hainer, Glencoe, Keens Bay Road there, Buck Swamp Road there, Myers Hill Road. Trying to get the idea here with some of this impact. Okay, we got a new warning. It just came out. It hadn't popped on this map yet, but it's over here. There you go, for Bainbridge now in Decatur County. So that goes into 5:15. At 4:29, a severe thunderstorm was located near West Bainbridge there, near Bainbridge, moving south at about 20 miles an hour. We're talking about Bainbridge, West Bainbridge, Attapulgis, Climax, Brinson, Hanover, El Dorado, as well as Recovery, Decatur County Airport, Faceville there, that community, Fowlestown, as well as, just some other ones in, between there as we're looking with that 60-mile-an-hour wind gust potential. So expect some damage to roof, side, and trees there as we're looking at the overall scenario. This is severe thunderstorm warning for Decatur County and Bainbridge now until 5:15. So this other action with that, warning, going away, but the focus is now more toward Bainbridge proper. Seeing some of this wind here on the Doppler. Let's go to some of these different scans. As we're looking here, trying to update you, trying to keep you safe, trying to keep you informed here. This is a warning for Decatur. I'm just trying to watch things there. We also have a warning locally for parts of areas off toward the east. I mean, it's for parts there of Brantley and Camden and Glen until 4:45. The warning for Decatur is until 5:15. So let me go ahead and come back on camera. See around Brookman there, Hainer, Glencoe, Georgetown. There's some wind energy there. Have to watch toward but Brunswick here over the next little bit as we monitor things. Again, just trying to keep you up to date here on the overall situation. We have a severe thunderstorm watch here on play until 10 p.m. So got many hours to go. A lot of times we'll get stuff west to east. This is a little bit different. This is north to south here. I had gotten rid of some of our counties, further up and hence our covered area the other day. We're not really seeing, in terms of that timeline, it's not helping. It helped a little bit because we did have a warning up further north of the area before I came on, but, it helped, not have coverage quite as long. But this is going to be pretty long here, it looks like, as we're trying to update the best we can. So. Again, just trying to watch things move toward Bainbridge there. Let's get some of these roads in over here. See El Dorado involved, but let's go ahead and we'll move this around. Old El Dorado Road, that's Church Street there. Pondtown Road, River Road, community of Mount Pleasant there. They're kind of on the edge of this right now, though. Seam. Couple Mount Pleasants showing up in here. That's interesting, but wait, it's showing up with our mapping, but south of Climax there, Carl Cloud Road, Lake Douglas Road, Phillips Pope Road. Some heavy rain at least in there, if not some stronger winds. The stronger winds are probably more up in here though, but I wouldn't rule it out anywhere in there just because the signature's not taking a lot here. Maybe with these signatures to get some of that potential down toward the surface. our skits here. No, it's still in southeast of the movement, but the Weather Service air tracking is more off toward the south. So that's something we'll continue to follow, continue to update you on. Just trying to move some things around here on my mouse pad and the like. I'm, sitting down today, so I gotta make sure I'm trying to be a little more comfortable, but it's still, just the way that I'm on a stool actually, so it's not the most comfortable setup here, but just trying to keep everybody safe and informed here on this Wednesday. I know it's 100 there in Quincy and Gadsden County, so this is headed into temperatures that are just so warm. The atmosphere is so unstable here meteorologically. Actually, our temperature's 100. We hit some boundaries here that can kind of, stabilize things a little in there, but still, it's just really, unstable. I know Huron's dark. Granted, we may not get things too much at the peak, of the instability, but we have an instability value, a surface-based Cape value here where I'm at, and around Stark of 5,394 joules per kilogram. So, that's about as high as I've seen around here. Yeah, just have energy all over the place. I mean, the pay rate's out, it's 5,700 joules per kilogram. And there's a thunderstorm starting to form around there as I zoom out. And we just got a warning now, a new warning to the north here because we head into the instability. Some of these areas a little more, but, as we kind of look at things the best we can. So this is going to be a new warning now, though, for northern Jefferson, northeastern Leon, west central Madison, southeastern Grady, and southwestern Thomas counties there until 5:30. At 4:35, a severe thunderstorm was located 12 miles northwest of Monticello, moving southeast at 20 miles an hour. Monticello, Fincher, Moncrief, Scylla, Caps, Miccosukee, Thomas City, Drifton, Casa Blanco. I know I need to learn that pronunciation there a little bit better, but as we're looking there, areas there around Joaquina involved as well. So, again, just trying to keep you updated. We got a new warning now up toward Brunswick as well. So let's go ahead. Things are really getting going here. We have all this instability around, and let's get back onto the east. This is a new warning now. Severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Glenn County here until 5 p.m. At 4:34, severe thunderstorm was located over Country Club Estate near Dock Junction, moving east at 25 miles an hour. So, talking about areas there like Brunswick, St. Simon's Island Village, Country Club Estate, Sea Island there, Boys Estates. So, I'm just trying to keep you up to date there. Trying to keep you up to date. Let's see here. So, let's see, we have viewer from the Low Country watching. Sounds like some weather radio issues, maybe just north of our area. But again, just appreciate everybody tuning in. We got a lot of warnings here on the board. Okay, so Decatur County there. Yeah, that warning that goes out till about, it looks like 5:15. We have parts of Jefferson, Leon, Madison, Grady, and Thomas till 5:30. And then off toward the east, we have a couple more warnings. We have a warning for parts of Glenn, as well as Camden till 4:45, a storm that's potentially severe near Dock Junction. And then we also have a situation here where we have a severe thunderstorm warning in east central Glenn County there until 5 p.m. Severe thunderstorm located over Country Club Estate. This is just an extension here where we have the overall action there, with the overall meteorology kind of moving on in there. That trajectory off toward the east, about 25 miles an hour in that case. More easterly there, more southerly toward the west is how it's being tracked, and you can kind of see that with the way the polygons are drawing here. So, again, I'm just keeping everybody up to date the best I can. Just trying to watch, just the best I can here for everybody at home. It's all about keeping you guys safe and informed here. It's going between the different platforms. Just checking things here. Let's get back over to this storm action here. So keep looking at my alert boards. Okay, northern Jefferson, northeastern Leon, west central Madison, southeastern Grady, and southwestern Thomas until 5:30. Again, we're watching this area over here. As we look at the overall scenario, this is, it's either at 4:35. It's a big thunderstorm. It was located 12 miles northwest of Monticello, moving southeast at 20 miles an hour. Monticello, Fincher there, Moncrief, involved Lloyd there, some of these different areas. I know Valdosta is, by the way, 100 degrees. 100 in Quincy, 101 in Tallahassee. Again, just trying to keep you up to date. Got this storm here north side of Bainbridge coming on in there toward Decatur County. Definitely being very mindful of things for them as we look. Just looking through some other information here. Again, just trying to update you. Okay, so severe thunderstorm located near Dock Junction there. Moving off toward the east. Just go ahead and switch some things around here behind the scenes. Gonna get some of these erosion here. Impacts are on Ocean Highway there, Satella Shores, and some of this action here up toward Pikes Bluff Drive, Lawrence Road there. Let me just go ahead and see if we have any more questions, comments. Just appreciate everybody tuning on in. It looks like we have 25 folks watching right now on YouTube. Just appreciate the viewership. See this boundary there, that could be some, stronger winds in there too. I'll go ahead and draw it in there. If you guys can't see that, just kind of see that some of that coming toward Monticello there. As we look, and it extends further off behind me as well. But, dropping south of that boundary, some stronger winds coming on in. Again, I'm just trying to update you. Update the best I can. Just here for you the best I can. Gonna go ahead and come back on camera now, though. Again, looking at everything with our tools here in the toolkit. Parts of Decatur County there involved till 5:15. At 4:29, a severe thunderstorm was located there near West Bainbridge or near Bainbridge, moving south at 20 miles an hour. Bainbridge, West Bainbridge, Attapulgis, Climax there, Brinson. Some of the different spots included in that warning there. We have instability values over 4,500 joules per kilogram. So, you see parts of Thomas County. Let me move. Well, you'll see here in a second. We have that warning over here. We have northern Jefferson, northeastern Leon, west central Madison, southeastern Grady, southwestern Thomas until 5:30 p.m. At 4:35, a severe thunderstorm was located 12 miles northwest of Monticello, moving southeast at 20 miles an hour. Monticello over toward Moncrief there involved in this. We also have areas there like around Miccosukee there. Again, just trying to watch things for you. We have the warning here that continues into eastern Glenn County. You have to watch all the way to 10, but we have the warning there until 5 o'clock. The latest on that, at 4:34, severe thunderstorm was located over Country Club Estates or near Dock Junction, moving east at 25 miles an hour. This warning includes areas, includes but not limited to areas like Brunswick, St. Simons Island Village, Country Club Estate, Sea Island, and Boys Estate there as we're looking. So we have 3 warnings in our area right now. We have 3 more just north of our area, it looks like, by my count here. So got this warning here till 5. We got this warning here until 5:30. Includes a little bit of Leon, but not right in the metro. We have this warning, as we get to 5:15 for parts of Decatur. As we update you. See, north of our area there, some warnings as well. So, a lot on the board for sure. I know, we'll just real quick say the rain's not going anywhere, unfortunately, as I get to the 7-day here. We still have these high chances as we look at things meteorologically. Definitely, that overall storyline is a, active one here. An active one, 60, 70, 80% chances of rain all the way through the weekend behind me as well as 60% for Monday. So, again, just trying to be mindful here of the situation, trying to be mindful of the overall weather picture. See a little bit of wind energy here as we look around Miccosukee. So again, just trying to update you. Severe thunderstorm warning till 5:30. See Lake Road there. Old Magnolia Road. Here's Bainbridge, severe thunderstorm warning for you guys in Decatur County. Pine Hill Road, Newton Road, River Road, East Road, Cobb Rock Road, Thomasville Road. See some stuff that's northeastern Leon County, by the way. Far northeastern Leon. Let's see which way this is moving. Generally it's moving kind of south, it looks like right now. Maybe a little easterly. Based on the way they do that polygon over there, it's more southerly this way. So just how the overall pattern is. By the way, we're getting some 4 formation, it looks like, back out here. Looks like I might get something, maybe a warning over there pretty soon, northwest of Waverly, Georgia, east of Nahunta. So just have to be kind of cognizant of that. See all this lightning here on I-95. Not severe in that corridor, but we do have that storm north of our area. It looks even more impressive, quite honestly. Let me make sure we have the best views on this. And what's in our area doesn't look as impressive as the one up in the McIntosh, just north of the viewing circle. But just sometimes the way the radar scans are, you just never know. Sometimes one area can strengthen, another area can weaken. That can happen within our area, or it can happen on the periphery like this. So you just never know here how things can go sometimes. One storm can kind of take over. I think really we're getting this area and this area too to strengthen the area that we had the warning on the weekend there. So it only goes to 5, so they'll probably drop on that here real soon. Maybe issuing some more to Jacksonville office and surrounding zones. Okay, so we got a warning for Decatur till 5:15 here. As I continue to keep you guys up to date here on the situation. Not overwhelming, but we had quite a bit of damage to the north here earlier. Let's pull up some reports. I mean, we even have a report in Thomas County here. Power line down there towards Stewart Road, up 3 miles west of the Dawesville community at 4 o'clock. So some different impacts being felt within the viewing circle. Even you see a storm, by the way, south of Live Oak with some lightning. Another one south of Mayo there. As we watch things, we do have the significant advisory. That storm's getting off the coast there, off of St. John's, though, it looks like. As we continue here, just continuing to watch everything, not so much toward the coast right now, though, thankfully, as we keep you guys informed, but just the overall pattern, trying to be very mindful. Just trying to be very mindful here. Different hazards in play, some damage and wind. That's the biggest concern. Remember that whenever thunder roars, you need to go indoors as well. It's lots of very hot in areas that are not getting into storm activities. So let's see the temperature storyline again. It is very hot. We've had the extreme heat warning. 101 Tallahassee. I mean, extreme heat warnings because of the feels like temperature, but these are just just oppressive overall. Even the actual air temperatures in spots, you see 99 in Waycross, but then feels like temperature there. You see some of these past even, at points that were well past 110. Now just a little past it, I guess, as I do my analysis. We were, I think, 118 at one of these sites earlier on. So there's some really oppressive temperatures in spots that are not getting into the storms. But you see Thomasville, that area has been getting into that rain and storm actions, so not as oppressive anymore. But just the storms have been an issue over there. Let's go ahead and see here. See Thomasville. Rain totals don't look like too much right there, but still just a pattern cooling things off. You see more rain right in the Florida Georgia line. So again, we got the storm going in toward Bainbridge. We have this stuff around Monticello here as well. So have some more stuff out toward Valdosta. We have this area here. That warning should be going away soon toward areas in southeast Georgia, but we might get some more for surrounding activities. So there's a lot going on. What we're going to do, we're going to, haven't done this too much here in the last couple months. We are going to take a quick break here until 5 o'clock so I can catch my breath. We'll just be back here very soon with more. So let me see if there's any questions, comments before I do that. Any new ones here coming on in. Looks like, okay, well, we do have quite a few here on this. So let's see here. And Jacksonville could see a severe thunderstorm here. Severe thunderstorm watch on Plato 10. So we got to stay vigilant there. And then an update for Palm Coast. Right now around Palm Coast, it's kind of that same story. I mean, nothing imminent, but we have the watch until 10 there. We have the watch until 10 for Duval. So nothing imminent there. Granted, stuff can pop up out ahead, but it may take a while for some of the more organized action to get on in here. The models are not handling things good, so I feel like if I went to the model and it would not really help us that much, to be completely honest with you. because it was not showing a lot of that stuff forming until way later and lasting all the way to the night here, which some of that could happen, but we'll just have to kind of wait and see. So watch until 10, for areas there, like, and I'm move this over, Duval, Flagler there, that's a bit thunderstorm watch and play. So we just got to stay vigilant till at least then here. It's in a wait, a wait pattern right now, wait and see pattern for some of these spots. Eventually you'll get some storms, whether they're severe or not. Not really 100% sure that that'll happen, but, for everybody it won't. But for some, a lot of folks, that threat is, it's higher than normal. So a lot of folks probably will end up getting under a warning, at least here, one of these yellow boxes as we look ahead. So I'll have more here at 5 o'clock. Keep it tuned to cloud weather. I'll keep you guys up to date here as I'm watching things the best I can. Just trying to keep you informed here. Just appreciate the viewership. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. Just going to catch my breath real quick. So keep it tuned right here for the latest details. This is a clouds weather alert. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back with you here at the top of the hour. It's 5 o'clock. Just trying to give you guys the very latest here. Our severe thunderstorm watch goes for another 5 hours here until 10 p.m. in the pink shading. That includes everybody in the viewing circle except Levy County. So 37 over 38 counties in that severe thunderstorm watch. And we have these severe thunderstorm warnings here as we're looking toward these yellow boxes here out toward the Big Bend and in toward South Georgia. So I just got to be very mindful of this. Let's go ahead and kind of break things down the best we can. We have areas here around Bainbridge involved until 5:15, for instance, in parts of Decatur County. So I'm definitely seeing some of that impact, and I'm right here at the computer, so I can actually kind of give you guys the latest on some wind speed. I see Bainbridge just had a 38 knot wind gust at the Decatur County Industrial Air Park there. That was just a few moments ago. So 38 knots. So doing that conversion here, I'll go ahead, and it's probably about 45 miles an hour, but let me just double check it. 44 miles an hour there with that wind gust there as we're looking toward parts of Decatur County with the airport reading just in the last 7 minutes or so. But, that's coming in toward that area there, in toward Bainbridge proper, because the airport's just a little bit north here as we're looking at things here with this severe thunderstorm warning. So you don't see a big wind signal with this, thankfully, but still getting a gust like that, 44 miles an hour, without a big wind signal, still problematic. A little bit more, noteworthy here in northern Leon, but we'll see if it's enough for a warning here at some point. It's not out of the question, but you see parts of Gadsden County, parts of Leon here, not overwhelming, but definitely some stormy acts in there. You can see parts of Jefferson County there involved until 5:30 with this severe thunderstorm warning. Let me do some tracks on some of these. So this one here is moving southeast at 20 miles an hour. So let me go ahead and do a storm track here. Southeast at 20 miles an hour. See Monticello here at about 5:10 in toward that part of Jefferson County. And then I'll go ahead and we'll change up some of our information here, and I'll make it where I can get some of the smaller communities in here as well. Monticello at 5:10. You see Drifton there at 5:22. Isella at 5:29. Lamont 5:48. Sherman's there at 6 p.m. So again, a severe thunderstorm warning here in effect as we're looking at the latest information. We do have that scenario here again, some severe wind gusts maybe moving on in. We also have the boundary, but they're warning for the actual storm here. I know we've been watching the boundaries cause some issues here too, especially north of our area, but the storm is what's being warned for here. I know. Let's go to our reports. We're going to show you this. We're going to show you here Thomasville County there, Thomas County. A power line was down there around Stewart Road at 4 o'clock. So that's the only report I see right now in our area of damage, which is good. It's early on, though. I mean, that was over an hour ago. So in the last hour, there haven't been. Maybe they're just too busy to put them in the system. But we don't have any LSRs right now in the last hour, it looks like. So that's a good sign. But you just never know here as we're looking at things meteorologically, because there are some power outages. As I'll show you here, the county power outage totals. You can see here, Thomas County, there's 700 in the dark, and that's in our area. Marion County, we never had any warnings down there, but actually 2,500 out there. We had 4,000 out there earlier on. It's a situation, there's a lot of trees down there. So, and a lot of new development too, and even the stronger storms sometimes seemingly knock out power in that vicinity, not even quite the severe limits. So, you see there's been a lot of damage, toward the north of our area with these reports. I mean, we'll check out some of these. You can see numerous trees are down in Baker County, Georgia. We used to cover these areas, but we enhanced things there earlier on around May 1st with our covered area. June 1st with the Barron upgrade, but May 1st with the covered area to go to 38 counties. But just north of our area, numerous trees were down in the Newton community with one large tree blocking both lanes of Georgia 37. This is a sign of what could happen in an area if things, seem, to kind of reorganize a little bit here. Right now, it seems like not quite as organized, or maybe get some more development in here with the overall storm activity. It's a possibility. We're just going to be, mindful here. I know power lines down across It looks like Persimmon Road, if I'm pronouncing that right there, near Pine Cliff Road. Again, this is a sign of what could happen or could have happened in our area. The threat's not over, and definitely could end up getting more development here of storms. I mean, this storm here, in southeastern Lafayette County, looks like it's one where we do have quite a bit of lightning, so I have to watch for that. There's not a lot of wind in there, though, but you just never know. Things could get enough, in terms of the signal on the Doppler to get a warning. This looks pretty impressive right near the Doppler here, right near the radar site east of Adasta, so we have to be mindful of that there. And now I know we have questions about storm action for later on, so I am going to say the future cast. We'll see, because it was not developing things right earlier on. It's still running behind. I mean, and it's not even showing some of that stuff quite right. And I mean, it's holding off to 9 in the morning for some of that stuff here. I mean, it is 5 o'clock in the evening here on Wednesday, and some of that stuff is, the models have been struggling here. Let me try to pull up a Barron model here in a little bit to try to see what it's showing, because that's the HRRR, and it's just, I don't know. I mean, we could see some stuff then too. It's just the idea of it kind of not developing what's already here is odd, and it's just the way it's been here lately with some of the models. But again, looking at a strong storm here in Leon County with some wind energy as we get down in here. We're going to go ahead and look here. I know, just real quick on the models. I know, speaking of HRRR, I remember it was maybe, I might be getting my timeline mixed up, but I think about 10 years ago, there was something wrong with the HRRR, and it was found that there was elevation wrong or something at some spots in the country, and it was throwing things off some in the model, and it seemed like things might have got a little bit better after that for a while, but we're not getting enough data input. It's a tough time of year to forecast already. There's something off with our HRRR model. It seems like here, maybe it's just the data input. I don't know. It's just really frustrating, though, and we have stuff on the radar and the model isn't even picking up on it. But, as we go ahead and see here, 37 miles an hour there with the wind potential there, as we're looking into toward Leon County there, as we're looking, as we're watching things, you can kind of see some of that potential. Whoops, it just gets a warning in toward the more populated areas here over the next little bit. It is rush hour now. Been with you for a while already. I see that boundary coming through. That's going to give some wind off, right toward Tallahassee Airport, where that radar site is over the next little bit. So we'll just have to be mindful here. Have to be very mindful here as we look ahead. So you can see 36 on this here, but even that boundary could have winds similar to that as we look into toward Tallahassee proper. Maybe just slightly less than that, but it's hard to make out in here, but something kind of along this line here, I think, if I'm, let me just back that up 15. You can kind of see that coming on in there, in toward the picture. So some stronger winds, not overwhelming, but enough to, blow things around a little coming on. You see the boundary a little bit better toward Jefferson County there, the way it's showing up on the Doppler scan. A little bit higher up, too, might be playing a role with that in terms of the radar height and things along those lines. So again, let's just continue to watch things here. Let's go over to the Jacksonville site. As we get over here right now, you can see, looking, this no longer has a warning out this way, thankfully. This accident, in the vicinity, 30 minutes ago, we had the warnings over on the board there, but seeing some of that get offshore there and some of it not being as big of a deal. I know, just continuing to update you, though. Seeing toward parts of Decatur County. I said very thunderstorm warning for a few more minutes there. It didn't look as impressive as it did. Again, we had that gust of 44 at the airport there recently, north of town, and then Monticello a warning till 5:30. So again, just gonna continue to watch the overall progression of things here. Just gonna continue to watch the overall progression of things of the meteorological picture, that meteorological pattern. Have all the energy available. I mean, over 5,000 joules per kilogram. I know some of this stuff, might be a little confusing for some of you, but over 5,000 joules per kilogram surface-based CAPE is, what storms, need in one way. I mean, there's some other parameters too you look for, but storms need to kind of be able to strengthen or at least maintain yourself here. These type of numbers definitely can get development in when you have those type of higher readings there in terms of those values. So let me see if there's any questions, comments here. We're going to go and check on that right now. Looks like we have Elijah watching right now, Southern Tennessee weather. Appreciate you tuning on in there on this Wednesday here, this 29th day of July 2026. Just appreciate your viewership, appreciate everybody's viewership here. I know, I wish, wish I could get, just have, a little bit of fun here and there as we're looking at things with the overall meteorological picture. But unfortunately, just a lot going on here with the overall scenario right now. I know we also have Fire Larry Trains watching, just trying to keep everybody up to date here on things, just trying to be here for you. It looked like we also had another marine statements, fewer ones marine statements in here, but it's a situation here where, we just, that'd be probably cluttering the map up just a little bit too much here. So, but again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here on things. Looking here at the overall Doppler scan right now, you can kind of see here, see some of this lightning there towards St. Simon's Island. Just whenever thunder roars, you want to go indoors, even if there's not a warning in play towards some of these different areas. Just got to be really mindful here for sure. Again, Decatur County, we have that severe thunderstorm morning of 5:15. But it looks weaker. This looks weaker too toward parts of Jefferson County here as we're updating you the best we can. Just trying to update the best we can here. Okay, looks like we do have some reports coming in out of Jefferson County, though, of 3-inch tree limbs broken. So, that's there north of Monticello, so something to take note of for sure. Let's look into some of our different scans here. East of Valdosta right now, toward parts of Eccles County, 5:15. Especially with the statement there, a lot of light in that area. We have our severe thunderstorm watch all the way to 10 p.m. So it's a busy pattern here for sure as we're looking meteorologically. Jason Peter Real Adventure watching as they go back over the questions and comments. Again, just appreciate everybody's viewership here. As we're looking at things, it's going to be long evening here for sure in the Weather Center, but just really appreciate everybody tuning on in there. Just appreciate everybody trusting me as we're looking at the overall picture. I know this is how it is sometimes as we look, it's quite other parts of the region in terms of the southeast, we'll broaden the view out real quick, but we have the focus here toward our zone as we're looking towards South Georgia and North Florida. We're just trying to update you the best we can here on things. I know Elijah Kirby there, Southern Tennessee weather watching, and it was looking like they were going to have some storm action here recently. They've gotten lucky up there lately for sure in that area the last little bit with some threats they've had to risk, and then they go away here in terms of the overall potential. But unfortunately, around here, or at least, on the periphery, we've had some damage. So far, we've had a whole bunch in our area. We have this watch until 10 and looking like a pretty long-term event there as we're all watching things the best we can. So just trying to keep you up to date here. Just trying to inform you the best we can. We saw that one warning go away for Bainbridge there. That's some good news there. 4,000 joules per kilogram of surface-based CAPE, though, in that area. Granted, some of that's going to be kind of, situation up there. We'll have to see how it evolves because the storm accident still put a dent in that. Though I'm seeing more stuff than Alabama, so I just wonder if that'll hold together later on in the water area because the values don't seem to be dropping too much further back. So something we'll have to watch. As I'm looking at one of my sources behind the scenes here. Again, just trying to keep everybody safe and informed. Just trying to keep everybody safe and informed here. See, this looks pretty strong here. South of Live Oak. 32 miles an hour with the wind. The stuff off the coast, we had some warnings in southeast Georgia a little while ago. We had these warnings north of our area as I switch over to this radar here. North of Albany, north of Tipton there, as we're watching things. I know, looking here toward the Big Bend region now. Severe thunderstorm warning until 5:30 for parts of Leon and Jefferson and Madison, and in Georgia there, Grady and Thomas. Just trying to keep you guys updated here the best I can. A storm moving into northern, Leon though is pretty impressive. Not quite to warning criteria right now, but definitely gonna be watching that here the best we can over the next little bit. Let's go to power outages because they were not too impressive so far in our area, but see a handful there. Thomas County stands out, but not as long as we've been on already. These aren't all that high here because Marion and Levy and even Union, that's not stuff we've been really having to watch for in terms of like any warnings down there. So it's just a situation where Jefferson, Thomas there, Decatur, Brooks, and Brantley, from what we've had over the last little bit, you see a county there just north of our area, and toward the yellow there, a little bit higher in terms of the outage percentage as we look up that way. That's just kind of how things have been a little bit worse toward the north of our area there. And you can see some of it even into Alabama there as well with the overall percentage there, in the dark. So just remind you guys of our coverage area here, just trying to keep everybody safe. Just trying to keep everybody informed. We do have all these red banners here. I think it was Jason Peters, Real Adventures, talking about that here a moment ago. As we were, looking there, just trying to keep everybody informed and with the heat risk and with the storm risk, really wanted to make sure folks are aware here of the overall scenario. So just wanted to try to stay on top of things here the best we can. Just trying to, make sure people are, paying attention here with the overall storyline. Let me go ahead and come back on camera right now, though. Just trying to update you. And you can see like Gainesville there, though. We have the watch, but we don't have a situation, where we have too much convection right now. But things could change here as we look ahead later on in the timeline, as convection tries to get on in. So far, things are not as bad. I hate to say that so early on, but things aren't quite as bad here as they could be. We're getting all these warnings, but we're not getting just a slew of reports in our area. We've seen that just north of our area, a slew of reports there toward parts of like Mitchell and Colquitt counties, and you still see storms developing up there as we watch things the best we can. Lee County there, Worth County, Turner, there's some warnings up that way north of the viewing circle here as I look at my alert board, things like that. But, luckily we're not necessarily, seeing that toward our zones here. You see parts of Brooks County. We have a little storm there that we're going to just keep our eyes on. See 39 miles an hour there, southeast of Adasta. Some of these winds. There's a chance that we could be without a warning here for a little bit. Say that, and we're coming up right on our 5:30 benchmark here for a normal show, but kind of interesting to see how right now things are not as organized in our area as they could be, which we'll take. I mean, for sure. Even though we've been on for a couple hours here with the warnings for our zones, we just haven't seen a whole bunch. Again, we did get these reports in here, but these are not really overwhelming. I mean, a report of 3-inch tree limbs broken there as we look in toward near the state lines. So that's not an overwhelming type of report. The one report we did get here, the power line down there toward Dawesville as we're looking around 4 p.m. So again, just something here where we're just seeing things that were a little on the stronger to severe side, but again, not like the slow reports we've seen to the north there. We saw to the north up here. We have quite a few damage reports. So again, just trying to let you know. This is north of our area, by the way, just reminding everybody about that. But again, appreciate everybody tuning on in. Just checking some different things here. I see near Nix is watching. I pull up some of the questions, comments over on this side for a second. Just appreciate everybody tuning on in. Just trying to keep you guys updated for 38 counties. I know I'm sitting down today instead of standing up. Sometimes my mic wire wants to come, where you can kind of see it a little bit better on camera because the way I have this set up here, I adjusted some things last night because I knew it would probably be on for a while. I wanted to be in front of the wall, though, with this. But, it's a little different sometimes with some of the different things here when we're, sitting down versus standing up. Again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here. Looks like there's been development northwest of Brunswick now. I'm seeing a signal on my other radar source. Let's go over here. Let's see, because I see it. It's not overwhelming on this though. A little bit of something, but I don't know that one signal. I got a signal that it was trying to tell maybe really quick growth, but I'm not really seeing that here on this source. So some development for sure, but a little bit of strengthening around Groveside Park. Scrubbing between some of the different radar scans and that wind coming into Tallahassee. It may be about time to pull up some traffic cameras here. Time to pull up some traffic cameras. I know there's no warning there, but we're looking. Here's there on Bradfordville. Let me get a camera up in that zone. Bannerman Road, Thomasville Road. Let's go ahead and pull that up. It's kind of freezing up a little bit there, but you can kind of at least see the slick conditions as a lot of folks obviously with their lights on as they need to in these type of adverse scenarios here with the slick roads and the like. So again, just trying to keep everybody safe here. I'm just looking through all my different sources on my other computer. I have a lot of different radars up on that other source here for sure. But Again, just trying to keep you guys up to date. That warning, yeah, that accent's really falling apart over that warning. We haven't officially dropped that one yet. We're also seeing some growth there north of Jasper in the Jasper vicinity. Getting a little downburst signature there. East of Baker's Mill. I may get a warning pretty soon as we're looking in parts of Hamilton County. This is just east of I-75, by the way. Let me put our road markers on here. Not too far from 75. Get that watch and play. Even closer to US 129 is. That's what's helpful about our road markers, so we can make sure we can see the road a little bit better here, more defined at points. That's probably not rotation, though. That's probably more of a burst of wind energy. I know rotation tracker is picking up on that, but it looks like enough for a warning to me. A severe thunderstorm warning I'm talking about around Baker's Mill there, north of Kennedy Steel. It could only last 1 or 2 scans and it'll be gone. So, but it could cut. Okay, well, we just got a warning. So, as we look in toward that area, so 6 p.m. Okay, so severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Hamilton, south central echoes until 6 p.m. At 5:26. The severe thunderstorm was located near Jasper, moving east at only 5 miles an hour. So it's mainly rural areas of the indicated counties. But again, a severe thunderstorm warning just issued for parts of Hamilton and parts of Eccles there until 6 p.m. So. A small warning, but again, a small area. That burst might not last for long. But we're watching it right now. Getting a little bit of a hail signature on that storm as well. And they are warning for that, up to quarter size. As we look here, parts of Hamilton County and a little bit of Eccles. Let's put some of these roads on. Try to. It looks like some of these are not. There we go. So rural up there, but Northeast 25th Drive, Northeast 32nd Street, some of that's to the north of that. Again, just trying to be here for everybody. This warning should be going away. And they are dropping that one. So it's just the one warning for the moment. Granted, may get that one signal east of Sterling. Let me go back up there. Okay, there we go. Got a warning now. Okay, East Central Glen as well, as this stuff. So, okay, it's just pretty Central Glen in terms of the counties, but in terms of the zones, we have Country Club Estates and Boys Estates. So this one now till 6:15 at 5:29. It's a thunderstorm was located near Country Club Estates or near Dock Junction, moving east at 15 miles an hour, so north of Sea Island there. As we're looking at things, a little bit of a hail signature in there right around, it looks like Sydney Lanier Drive. Sydney Lanier Drive. There's a Sydney Lanier Bridge, I believe, in that area as well. But this is Sydney Lanier Drive. You can see, looks like around Oglethorpe Manor there, north end. Okay, I know we're on right now with cloud weather at 5:30, so maybe having some new people tune in, for us. So at 5:30, we've been on for a couple hours already. It's been busy. We have the severe thunderstorm watch all the way to 10 p.m. here as we're watching these conditions favorable for severe thunderstorms ending close to the watch area. I know, just trying to update you the best I can on things here. And it's a situation where the hot temperature has been the story in spots that haven't had the storms. So, I mean, still 100 at the last check toward Tallahassee, the actual air temperature. I have a graphic where I can go to our highs. I may try to look at that here in a moment, see if we got any more, I think maybe 101 at one point, but we've looked at so much here the last couple hours, I'm not 100% sure, but our heat index values, some of them getting past 110, 116 is what it feels like right now in toward Taylor County there around Perry. So, again, just being very mindful here of the situation. Just very, very hot with those feels like temperatures. In fact, let me get our graphic in here for our highs today. I mean, I'll show you the threats of the storms real quick. As we're looking at some, the severe wind gusts likely, low chance of a quick spin up tornado, in terms of that overall potential. The urban flooding's possible too, especially for I get a good bit of rain around Jacksonville or one of those areas here where we have a lot of concrete, a lot of sidewalks, just a lot of pavement there in general. So something to be kind of mindful of here as we're looking at things. But, we have this graphic, but what I want to say right now, we're going to go to today's high temperatures. And we did go to 101 unofficially toward Tallahassee, 101 Bainbridge, 100 Valdosta there. As we're looking at things, it's so toasty warm here. As we're looking at things on this Wednesday here, that's July 29th here, 2026. Again, Brunswick there, 99. As we're looking up there, 99 Waycross earlier on at points. Just these oppressive temperatures, and I know I'm in the way of it, but 93 Palm Coast there. I'm sitting down today, so it's a little harder for me to move over than normal, but 93 Palm Coast there as we're looking at things. I'm just on, I'm just sitting here because I know we're going to be on for so long. It's just, I want to be in front of the wall. I just don't want to stand up for hours and hours here in a situation, but I do want to still be in front of the wall. So that's what we're doing here this afternoon into the evening now. Again, just very hot with the overall temperature storyline, as it's just not fun. Swampy feel for sure. Just a very swampy feel out there as we're looking at things. Just trying to keep you guys informed here for sure. As we go ahead and I'll jump back out of this here right now and go back into analysis mode. Pretty strong, area there around Jasper. Parts of Hamilton and Eccles. It's really north of town, though, precisely, but just trying to keep you up to date here. Just trying to keep you informed. Let's go to our 3D mode on this. That's a good look at it there. There's other storms as well. I mean, Let's see how high some of these are. Now, some of these are kind of getting in the way of others, but in terms of our view anyway. So I want to tilt this a little further, and we'll kind of see the height on this. I mean, well over 30,000 feet with some of this accent for sure in this view. So again, just trying to keep you up to date. Got 2 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Hamilton, that's for this one's for parts of Hamilton and Eccles. And then for parts of Glendale, 615 as well. Let me see if we have more questions, comments here. Storm around Darien, just north of our area, is very tall. You can see it from Gardy, Georgia there. Yeah, I'm trying my best here to predict these warnings for sure. So severe thunderstorm warning up here to 6:15, and then the watch till 10. Latest update on this at 5:35. A severe thunderstorm is located near Country Club Estates or near St. Simon's Island, moving east at about 20 miles an hour. We're talking about Country Club Estates here involved with this. Again, that area there of Glenn County. So let's put the roads on here. I mean, we already have some of them on, but let's zoom in really tight. You see Pikes Bluff Drive, Lawrence Road, Harrington Road, March's Edge Lane, Village Drive, Horton Drive. Not a whole bunch on that mode, but I know we had a signal on my other source. That's why I pointed that out, because I have another radar product here that I look at, and it was so on my, it's something I've used for years, or what we used to use on the air, in fact. It's something I'm just really familiar. This is this is the top of the line system we're using on the air now. It's just, I'm more familiar with some of the signals sometimes still in our other system, our old system. So when I see a certain thing pop up, I know they might be about to issue a warning in terms of seeing a triangle with even an inside hail indicator, even if that's not actually happening. It's just so when the storm's getting so high here that it kind of tells me sometimes when I look at my different color table. That's why I'm looking, we're showing you this, which is, the top, type of a product you can have here in broadcast meteorology. But, in terms of some stuff, just as a meteorologist, I have another radar source that I look at that kind of shows me. That's why I've been able to kind of point out these warnings a little ahead of time, because I'm seeing it's an algorithm really that points out the hail growth or just the upscale growth here. And that's why I've been able to kind of point these out here a little bit over the last little bit. So this looks weaker though right now than it did. I mean, you had that area of purple there as we're looking here at the overall situation. So see this warning that at 6:15 right now. Village Bluff, Truman Village there. East of Oglethorpe Manor there. Let's storm around. I know this is out of our area, but our viewer talking about this storm around Darien there. in that vicinity at least. I mean, let's point out what Darian's here out of our area. That's why I'm not, 100% on some of that geography, but northwest of there, you can definitely see that's a stronger storm. And from the Jacksonville radar, you maybe see a little bit of a hail signature. Let's see where that's headed because it looks like that'll probably stay north of our area as we're looking at things with that trajectory. But that looks weaker right now in Glenn County. We have this storm around Ware County now starting to get going, it looks like. See, here is there around, looks like Waresboro involved in this, McDonald Road, Nick Anderson Lane. See this little burst here of wind energy possibly as we're looking there northeast of Jasper in Hamilton County. Still holding on some. So this is probably causing, I know it's really rural, but probably causing some power outages, in there for what is underneath this. Let me do something. I'm going to take the alerts off. You can kind of see our geography. There's not a lot in here, but let's put on, I think we've, in the road, just kind of tricky in this area. I don't know if Gainesville, I mean, kind of in between all three here. I think it's just not a lot of roads in here is why it's not really showing me anything, so. Because I think, oh, do we have a shear marker now? Let's see. I don't know. That's probably not a shear marker necessarily. Let's see here. It's coming from one of our radars. Which one was that coming from? Was it Tallahassee? Was it Jacksonville? One of our radars. Okay, about Austin then. Okay. I did have it on the right one there, but it's not really probably anything back behind. It's not in the right spot. But, this is wind enhancement here on Cypress Creek, if nothing else. I have the alerts off. Let's, put them back on, and then we'll take them back off again. And then I'm going to go ahead and looks like we have something in here. I don't know what that is, but again, I'm kind of curious, but as we look at our geography, because I've never seen something that looked quite like that from above, but that's where our area is right now. As we're looking at the overall situation, we have the, this is the view here, really, with the greens and no reds. 31 and 44 there. That's, bursts of wind 60 to 70 miles an hour possibly in there then. It's a really, really rural area, though. Again, parts of Hamilton echoes until 6 p.m. As we're looking here, it's only moving east at 5 miles an hour. Very slow mover for sure as we're looking at the overall pattern as we keep you guys updated here across the 38 counties. Again, I'm just trying to update you the best I can. Trying to be here for you. Again, just coming back on camera right now. Let's go over to Tallahassee with the views here on the radar. I'll take this and move this over. Parts of Gadsden, a little enhancement there. A lot of lightning here from eastern Leon, southeast Leon, really across. Corey there, Tram Road, and Thomas City. Over toward Lamont there. Sherman's. Put our alerts back on. I know this. Okay, we got another warning now. Okay. Let's check on this. Vadasta radar. So we now got a warning for parts of Swanee and Hamilton until 6:15. Another storm. This one's just south of Jasper. As we look at everything. Huh. Okay, that's quick. This forms so quick, it's literally my other product. It is not even really showing up there hardly yet. On my other radar product, I have to kind of scrub a different way. I mean, because it's popped up just in the last 10 minutes or so. And now already potentially getting to severe limits. So Swanee Springs area there till 6:15 for northern Swanee and central Hamilton. You see around Marion, the community that is, not the county, but community called Marion there, inward parts of that Hamilton zone. Just let me see our scans. Look, let me make sure I got this on the right radar here. Here we go. That's what I was trying to get it to, about off the view. And as you know, we watch things very carefully. Definitely some wind enhancement around Kennedy still. It looks like we're holding on to that shear marker or wind enhancement marker. Interesting. As we look here on Marion, that community, that's a new signal here with some storm activity. Look how quick that popped up. I mean, to go from nothing to a warning. I mean, literally, we didn't have anything there like 10 minutes ago, and now we already have a warning on the board here. This stuff's popping quick here, and that's why we got to be vigilant. That's why we're with you. I'm looking at my alert board, seeing if there's anything else here that I might be, needing to keep tabs on here. I'm just trying to be here for you the best I can. Just trying to be here for you the best I can. Let's go ahead and pause that. We're going to pause that. I'm going to go back to questions, comments. Looks like AJ talking about looks like 101 degrees on their gauge there in Tallahassee at one point. The thermometer, and then light rain now at 5:35 with a light breeze there in the Killearn area around Thomasville Road. So, just definitely some storm acts in here coming on in now, but getting hot earlier on for sure in these different spots. So, see there's temperatures here. 89 Tallahassee, 90 Stark, 91 Perry. Just kind of giving you guys the very latest. 96 towards St. Mary's there, and towards southeast Georgia. But remember, we got to 100, 1 earlier on, not just on the thermometer there, where AJ is, but at the actual reporting side, 101 there. I'll have to pull that almanac up too a little bit later on to see some of that. Because that'll be kind of interesting to see that format of the scenario here as we, move a little bit later in the timeline. I don't forget to pull that up. I don't want to quite pull it up yet in case I don't have it right. I can see if the climate report's out. Well, let me see something. I probably shouldn't try to do this on the air, but live like this, but I'm just going to check something, see if I can find it. Because I am sitting down, so I can pull this up a little bit easier here versus when I'm, standing up in front of the wall. So let's see if it's out. Okay, it did come out. So let's should be in our system then. Came out 5:32 today. So, of course, this is that view, but let's get our almanac up. I'm going to get to that. So the Tallahassee Almanac. So there you go, 101. It tied the record back in 93. That was the year we had the storm of the century a few months prior. We haven't had anything like that this year, but we were down to 80 this morning. That's the coolest we got. This is the Almanac there at Tallahassee Airport. As we're looking at things, and just crazy to see these type of temperatures here. Just so oppressive. And tying our record high from 1993 of 101. So that's just the wild. The normal value there is 92. And it's just something here where it's so oppressive with that heat. I mean, the record low is 64. I wish we had that type of weather there as we're looking at things, as we're monitoring things here. I just wish we had that type of weather in store for us. I mean, I just checking some things behind the scenes. I don't know if he's still watching, but if Elijah's still watching, I know his weather, there's going to be pretty close to 64 tonight with the low end towards southern middle Tennessee. But it's something, we're not getting anywhere near that, unfortunately, here. Getting the boundary to clear things, out. There's some wildfire smoke up there, but in terms of this, the overall, pattern in terms of the temperature storyline, anyway, I just, something there where it is a pattern here where we're seeing just, really hot temperatures around here for sure. But yeah, those type of 60 readings, they're not seeing that anywhere around here, like what we got back to in 1920, but they are in southern middle Tennessee, for instance. I was looking there, mid-60s there tonight is about what they're expecting, and toward that zone, mid-upper 60s. So again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here on things the best I can with the overall situation. We're just going to go ahead and jump back on over to our other mode though right now. Let me get back to our analysis mode on the Doppler. Looks like we got a new warning. Okay, so a new warning and yet another new warning. This one's till 6:45. Feel like I'm an auctioneer, reading some of these warnings off. But anyway, we have this warning here. It is for parts of Wakulla, Jefferson, Taylor, Leon, and Madison at 5:49. Severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from 14 miles north of Perry to 16 miles south of Monticello to near Woodville, moving south at about 20 miles an hour. Tallahassee, Woodville, St. Mark's, Perry, Wakulla, Newport, Cody, Lamont there, Cabbage Grove, Thomas City, Scanlon, over toward Perry Airport there, Hampton Springs. Definitely, just a lot of lightning in there for sure, but that's not your severe criteria. The severe criteria is the wind, excuse me, and that's what we're tracking here right now. So, some of that, it's not overwhelming in the signal, but definitely, gotta be very mindful of it here as we're looking, as we're updating. I mean, that's quite a bit of lightning, though, in here. Just in the last 15 minutes, there are 109 strikes in that one frame, 97 in this frame. So, again, looking at things here around Tram Road, Old Plank Road there. You see Walker Springs Road, Salt Road, Herndon's Landing. It looks like, based on that abbreviation, it's going all the way across here. And this doesn't expire. It goes all the way to Perry there. It doesn't expire to 6:45. Storm's moving south at 20 miles an hour. Tallahassee, Woodville, St. Mark's, Perry, Wakulla, Newport, Cody. You have Ebb there, Lamont. You have Cabbage Grove. You have Thomas City, Scanlon. You have Sissa Springs there, the Perry Airport. Your Natural Bridge, Hampton Springs. Again, seeing this impact here for sure being felt as we're looking at the overall scenario. Definitely, seeing that being felt here as we look at things. So, I think, let me see if there's more questions, comments. I think it might be a good idea just to kind of take a I don't know if I'll plan on it every hour. If things get really tense here, intense with storm accident or with tornado warning, we obviously won't. But I think it's a good idea to take a 5-minute break every hour here. Granted, this is pretty strong south of Jasper. Be taking precautions there with that burst of wind energy right there, near Southwest 55th Drive. But I think maybe a 5-minute break every hour isn't a bad idea here. So we're going to do that here in just a second if we don't get like anything, much more aggressive. Let's see, if that's a more popular area, I'd be more concerned. But it's still concerning for folks down in here. Let me double check our road information because, you know what, we need to, let's check. That's right over 75. So even though it's such a rural area, let me double check our cameras. We may not take a break then. That's how it is sometimes here, as we're tracking things. I don't want to just miss something here. So you may need to pull up a traffic camera view if that's even working in that area there. Let me just get my bearings on my other system. Okay, I'm just trying these small communities here. I need to kind of have our warnings here. And this is south of Jennings, due south of Jasper. I need to get a camera due south of Jasper on 75. Don't want to be driving in that area if you can help it. Let's pull a camera up here. That burst of wind energy, I mean, it could knock down a tree or two right there near I-75. It's a rural area otherwise, but the interstate's running right through there, so that's a cause for concern, obviously, as we're looking at things. So, you see the pond and the water on the roadway there on this view. So, again, really telling that story, just seeing that water coming through there, in terms of that overall, we have all the moisture around, those high precipitable water values. And you're definitely seeing things here really robust in nature here meteorologically. So again, right over 75. Let me see if I can find anything that's even a little bit more apparent with this in terms of maybe some of that wind. I know I have my mouse in the other source right now, so let me get it over to this one as we kind of move things around here. Again, just trying to keep you up to date. Just trying to update things. I'm just trying to get our camera set right here. It's just a one-man band, but you can kind of see here I-75, that overall viewpoint with the overall storm activity coming on through. Definitely a rough go of it there in the wooded area. And some spots along this could end up having a potential, where a tree could get knocked over or something with that burst of wind energy right there as I'm looking here on my source. I mean, it's right where 129 connects to with I-75. And you see some of that wind on the camera right now, telling that weather story for sure. As I'm looking at things here in the overall weather center. So again, you see those trees are shaking there right now. Toward I-75, it could be pretty dangerous. One of those could fall even, which is not what you want to talk about or hear about, but it's definitely not out of the question. You're somewhere in the corridor there as we're looking at the overall situation. So again, just trying to update you. Let's go ahead and we'll go back on over here. We'll go ahead and go back on over to the Doppler scan. I'm going to pull it up right. And now I went that for a second. We're going to go back to the cameras. You see here, this is right where 129 and I-75, they come together there. And you definitely see here the overall stormy axis there. And as we're looking at things, it's slow go on the roads right now. As I just, look here at my different monitors where I can see that a little bit better sometimes. It's not ideal conditions for sure. Not ideal conditions as we're looking at things. Gonna go ahead and close that out on the other source. Just bear with me here as we continue to keep you up to date. Sitting down here today, so it's a little harder to see some of this stuff in a way. From other system trying to maneuver some stuff around with the cameras, but let's go ahead and see here. Okay, a storm developing in northern Duval now. Very, very quickly. Around Biscayne Village. US 1 there. We may get a warning on that pretty soon. I mean, you see 15, but let's go back 30. Didn't even have anything that 30 minutes ago, and now here you go. Just all this, instability, all this moisture around, always seeing that eruption here of storm activity. See all this lightning, though, in the parts of Leon County here, Jefferson County. Some damage and wind potential in here at times as well as things, in terms of our Florida zone, they're really starting to ramp up. Right at the top of the hour, and we now got a warning here for Duval. Got a warning for Duval here till 6:45. So let's see what this is all about. 5:59, a severe thunderstorm was located near Cisco Gardens and near Jacksonville International Airport moving northeast at 15 miles an hour, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail. We're talking about Jacksonville International Airport and Ocean Way involved in this. So a new warning now right into the word of Metro. Right into word of Metro now at 6:45. A severe thunderstorm warning in play here. A severe thunderstorm warning in play here as we're looking at things. I just mindful of the scenario here as I'm just going through some of the different sources here at my disposal. We're going to probably pull some cameras up over there in a moment. Let me go ahead and pull some cameras up over there on my other source in just a second here to keep you informed. Let me remind you guys of the covered area again for a second, though. Again, just watching things, tracking things. It's all about protecting you guys. So we're going to try to get a camera up toward Duval then. So south of the airport. Let's get over there. Get a camera up in that vicinity. Okay, so we got a camera up now. So let me go ahead and we'll move away from this. You see this is toward Lim Turner there, and you can see these tree movements here for sure. As we're looking at things, and now it's a severe thunderstorm warning in parts of Duval County to 6:45. So at 5:59, a severe thunderstorm was located near Cisco Gardens near Jacksonville International Airport, moving northeast at 15 miles an hour. Jacksonville International Airport and Ocean Way until about 6:45. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail. Both potential threats here, both potential hazards as we're looking. Right there toward, it looks like I-295 there as I'm looking at some of my different screens. We currently have, and another warning now. Okay, so we currently have 1, 2, 3, 4 warnings. We lost a warning in southeast Georgia. It looks like some of that warning stuff we were having up there as we just keep going, bouncing around here. But again, we got now 4 warnings in Florida. So I need to see another one here. We'll get back to this here, as time permits. But we have this warning here, and I closed myself out in front on the camera here. So I'll put myself back up in front of the camera as we're looking. I need to be able to see myself here on this as we're trying to update you the best we can. So again, just trying to watch things here. We got Tallahassee just issuing a warning. So let's go ahead and we'll move over here. And we'll get over to this view. So you see tons of light in southeast Leon, but now we have a warning for another part of Leon in the Wakulla there and the Gadsden as well. And that goes all to a 7:15. So let me read that one off. A 6:01, severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from 9 miles southwest of Greensboro to 14 miles southwest of Quincy to 10 miles northwest of Crawfordville to near Woodville, moving southwest at 15 miles an hour. So Tallahassee, Woodville, Bluntstown, Crawfordville, Greensboro, Orange, Bristol, Toppy, Rock Bluff, Jewel Fire Tower, Sadeville, Leon Sink, so Wakulla Springs, Topola there. Some of those are in our area, some of those are outside our area there, really, as I'm looking at the overall storyline. Bluntstown, I know, is in this description. They're outside of our area, but, part of our area is in this, in terms of the overall geography. Part of the warning includes our area. Part of the warning does not include our area. By the way, with the storm off toward one of them there south of Jasper, we had that area. We were watching a weather stem site. According to the Weather Service, measured a 49-mile-an-hour wind gust at 5:50 there. A Jasper, area, Hamilton County High School. So we got. Let's just kind of say this. Let me turn the lighting off for a minute because there's a lot on here right now, to be completely honest. Yeah, if I had the heat alerts on and some other stuff on here and make it even more, hard to see things. But 1, 2, 3, and I might be in front of number 4. Let me move over. We'll try to zoom out a little, in fact, so you can kind of see. I'm sitting down today, by the way, just because I knew it'd be so long-term of an event here. Haven't really done that too much, but I set the camera, so you might not even be able to tell if you're not. It's hard to say, but after a while, if you watch, you might be able to. But 1, 2, 3, 4, as we're looking here with these alerts in play, so definitely quite a few of those on the board. I mean, just continuing to watch things in towards some of these boxes here, for sure. Just kind of marking them here for everybody, because sometimes on a broad perspective, it's harder to tell. I know we're kind of seeing. Let's get over to our Valdosta view. I mean, the way this is evolved, this is turning in. It's not a good thing either. It's just, don't see this all that often. It kind of, as a meteorologist, it kind of interests me and makes me, just, talk, wonder about how things are going. It's like we're almost getting, and I have to, I've been on so long, it's hard to do real-time analysis, but I think we're getting pretty much a whole full line formation here. We don't get this very much here this time of year around our evidence, because that boundary helping things focus, with the overall situation. So I'll draw on here in a second. Let me just move this one over. Make sure you guys, I mean, it's kind of like we're getting, and I may be doing this a little off because we don't normally have to try this far across, but we're basically getting a whole line formation here, and this will ultimately sink south. The general idea, so we'll have to watch here, like towards Stark and Lake City and the like here later on in the timeline, as we're trying to keep you up to date. Just trying to keep you informed here on the overall situation. So, again, you see Jefferson County, some stronger winds there. Let's pull up some roads in here. Not really showing up very well, but Natural Bridge Road's pretty rural, it looks like, with some of this, but Natural Bridge Road, Old Plank Road. Sometimes it's the angles on the radar that make things look worse in certain spots too. We've talked about those roads multiple times here lately. Sometimes it's the way the angle is on the radar, but again, just trying to update you. Okay, did we get another warning in here that I think we did? Okay, Columbia County now. Okay, at 6:07, a warning got issued there. So now northeastern Columbia, as well as southeastern Eccles and southern Clinton until 6:45. At 6:07, a severe thunderstorm was located 7 miles northeast of Belmont or 10 miles south of Fargo, moving southeast at 15 miles an hour. This will impact mainly rural areas of the indicated zones. So damage to roof siding and trees there possible. I know we're up to 5 severe thunderstorm warnings at one time. Where is it? 6. Let me see. We got one for Seminole County, Miller, and Early. That's just outside of our area. I know when we covered 62 counties, we a few years ago in summertime, maybe 4 years ago, something like that. I think we had 10 warnings all at one time in the summer. So we're getting there. We have 5 in our current area, 6 if you count the former area. It's very active, obviously, as you can kind of tell. That's why we had a severe thunderstorm watch in play, because their conditions look like they're going to be favorable for severe thunderstorms in and close to the watch area. So, and that's where we're at right now. Let me see if there's any more questions, comments here at the 6:09 benchmark. Again, just appreciate everybody tuning on and trusting me as we're looking at things, just trying to update you. I'm just trying to update you the best I can. Got all these reports to the north. Let's see what, Decatur County had that gust 44 I was alluding to earlier on. Let's get our radars here with the wind better, and then let's look in here at some of these totals, these type of estimates, at least from the radar. Now, here's totals in terms of power outages, though. Percentage-wise, we have 5% out in the word. Okay, we just got an update, but 5% out in Jefferson. Eccles, though, 14.5%. It's a pretty rural area, pretty rural county, but 14.5% out there in terms of power outages at this moment. So Let's go ahead and see what we have in terms of the other view on that. Let's go to currents. We're going to go to, look into some of this. Let's just go to total. It's not an overwhelming amount so in here, but these still aren't that impressive so far, which is great news. But now that we're starting to get more warnings like this, I have a feeling these are going to start to pick up. These are going to start to get higher here as we look ahead in toward the timeline. So we're going to have to be, running to maybe chart up devices even as we look further down south in toward this severe thunderstorm watch, as we look through 10 p.m. With this potential in play here, the severe thunderstorm watch until 10 for a lot of our different zones. I mean, severe thunderstorms, favorable and in close to the watch area. Let me make sure something I know sometimes our streams have been cutting off a little on us. I want to make sure that we're still on everything because we've been on for so long. It's such a, noteworthy situation. This is not your typical summertime day as I was alluding to last night when we turned our logo red, turned the banners red and everything. Looks like we're on all our different sources right now. So it looks like most of the viewers are on YouTube. 19 of you watching right now. Just appreciate your viewership here as we're keeping you guys up to date, on everything. Let's see if we can get some more cameras up into Duval. We have that warning. I don't, there's so many, I guess, points. It gets so busy, I can't just spend time on, warning maybe as long as I would like to. But right here on Biscayne Village, we have a lot of this wind. Let's pull up the roads here toward Jacksonville. Yeah, Bridges Road there, Dunn Avenue, Braddock Avenue, Simmons Road there. Again, just some of the different roadways here. For sure. Let's see cameras. So we just got another warning. Okay, this is now for Nassau County and parts of Duval till 6:45 here. Another area. By the way, the airport just had a gust to 32 knots. 32 knots, so that conversion there. 37 miles an hour at Jacksonville International Airport. But then this warning to the west here. You see our warning there to 6:45. I'm going to read that off. Includes areas like Ratliff in there, but at 6:12, a severe thunderstorm was located near Ratliff or near Callahan, moving east at 20 miles an hour. But, some of this is dipping south gradually, even though some of it within this overall corridor are, moving east the axis. But Ratliff and Nassau Village, Ratliff. So, again, severe thunderstorm warning till 6:45. As we're looking at things, as we're monitoring things here. Again, just continuing to give you guys the latest here with the overall scenario. Something I'm going to try, and it really, I haven't done it, a whole bunch on here when I have it. We've more for the pop-up stuff. Since we have a little more organization, let me go to we're going to move some stuff over here real quick, but, as we have our watch, but we're going to go to Future Radar. We're going to try it. Sometimes it hadn't. Let me put our lightning information back up for a moment. You see how many strikes. Wow, over 1,000 last 15 minutes in this frame. But let's go ahead and we're going to try some things. So I know there's just so much going on here right now. We're just trying to update you. It kind of shows things gradually dropping down. So we'll see, this looks a little more accurate. Sometimes when we use it for pop-up stuff, it's going to be completely wrong because things are, going up, coming down here in terms of the overall activity. But this may not be that far off in terms of how the radar could look with the overall progression here as we're looking at the overall situation. You can see stuff coming there across some of our different zones. I'm just trying to update you here. You see parts of Duval, parts of Baker, parts of Union over the next couple hours, more so to the south anyway. I mean, it's already impacting some of those areas now. This may still be a little slow, but gives you an idea of what could happen. Again, trying to keep you up to date here. I mean, this stuff, in the Florida here evolving, I mean, way quicker than ARRR, and that's why we have a watch here. Like, I thought this could happen like this. We talked about it last night. I kind of thought it would, and with the overall situation, because things just aren't going to wait too long to pop up in this environment here. And that means we could have a little more energy available here with this as it eventually gets toward like Stark and Lake Butler and the like. I mean, we have the advisory for Lake City until 6:45. So, you saw that stuff getting into Bradford around 8 or so, but it may be, let's see, maybe a little quicker than that. Let me just kind of click on some things here. Southeast of 15. So let me do a TOA. We're going to change it as set for a lot faster than some stuff we've had the other day. So now we'll put the TOA on. Yeah, I mean, 8 to 9 o'clock here. I'm in front of it some, but you can kind of see here as we look. And of course, now I'm heading more to it as I try to move it over, but we'll do that one more time, the TOA. I mean, just following the motion of the special weather statement. Maybe a little quicker than this, but again, just trying to be very mindful here of the situation with the overall progression of things. Okay, we have another warning in Duval, so let's get back in here now. Stuff popping all over the place here right now. We have 3 different areas of wind. Let's use the red pin for this, I think. So we have an area of wind over here. We have an area right near the airport, and we have another area here. I know it's going to blend in on this, but we have 3 different areas here of wind enhancement right now as we're looking toward parts of Duval, and then the first one's in Nassau, but it's headed in that Duval here. As you can see that picking up in that latest scan. So got a lot going on here right now. You see Keene, you have Cary, you have Plummer there. 48 miles an hour. See that wind energy in there for sure. We're severe thunderstorm watch till 10, but you have the action going on right now. Let's read off this warning here, because this is for some pretty populated areas. So let me go ahead and read off that statement from the Weather Service as we kind of watch things here. A 6:15, a severe thunderstorm was located near Oceanware near Arlington, moving east at 25 miles an hour, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, quarter size hail, Atlantic Beach there, Little Talbot Island, Mayport, and Fort Caroline involved with that. As we look at the overall scenario, I know just seeing here so many warnings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in our area. I think it is right now. 6 different alerts. So we have this warning till 7. Some wind enhancement here right around Dames Point Manor, New Berlin Road. See 47 miles an hour showing up. This can knock down trees, power lines along those, lines here, along that, line of thinking anyway, is what we could be talking about here right now. So just definitely some stronger winds over and toward Nassau County here as well with this severe thunderstorm warning. Around North Lane, Ratliff Road. Again, just trying to, okay, I think we just, let me move this over a little more. It looks like Easel Lake Road, if I'm pronouncing that right. Take this off. Sandpine Avenue there. Larson Road, again, just trying to keep you guys up to date. Again, trying to update you. Do we have another warning or no? It's just all these lines here. After a while, I may go ahead and take the special weather statements off. I don't know. It's just got so much going on here. It's becoming a little bit, just so messy in here. I know we have a watch until 10. I don't want people to forget about it. I guess we'll just leave it as is for now, but we just have a lot going on because at least special weather statements can tell me sometimes or things might be strengthening here. We have stuff out towards southern Jefferson County here right now. Southern Jefferson, we have some stronger winds in here. It's pretty, less populated rural compared to other spots in our viewing circle for sure, so that's good. But still some folks being impacted. as we look here, see Duval here. We talked about pulling up camera a few minutes ago, and then we had a slew of warnings. I mean, I could go to a few different spots of this. Let's see here. Let's go. So we're north, downtown is like where the Jags play down in here. So to get our bearings to the northeast of that is where I need to try to pull up a camera there around Eastport there, Polytown, a Dames Point. So let's go ahead and go up into that area. We're going to try to pull that up. Bear with me. Just trying to get my bearings on a traffic source here. Again, just updating you. This is west of Mayport, the worst of this right now. Okay, Dames Point Bridge. Let's go ahead and pull this camera in. So let's look at my alert board. We're looking for the latest alerts. But yeah, Dames Point, it looks like northbound there. You can see the darker skies, kind of, sort of, just the overall feel almost this camera is giving off. So again, I'm just trying to keep you guys up to date here on the situation. So let's see what other cameras we can kind of pull in on the Florida 511 perspectives. More stormy on this other one. You see around Dames Point there. I-295 area. It's these rough conditions. I know in Brantley County earlier on, there's now been some reports of some tree issues. A tree down there around Highway 32 and Browntown Road. That's where some of the fire accident was back in April. And another tree down near Jones Road and Boots Harrison Road from a couple hours ago. But some of them just showing up in my system here that I'm looking at in front of me. So just wanted to pass those reports along here as we're updating the best we can. Again, let's just see here with what's going on. We just have a slew of warnings. Looks like SPC, earlier on they were talking about a mesoscale discussing, maybe some large hail at points, but it's mostly about damage and wind gust. Let's go ahead here and go back over to some of the other information. Let me loop this because we just got a little bit of the watch cleared out. So for at least a few of you, I don't, for now, granted we're going to have a rest tomorrow, but, a lower rest, but still rest, see this area in here, we've seen the watch kind of go away. So that's good news for around Waycross to down through Clinch County and the like, but still most of us in that pink staying until 8 p.m. or 10 p.m. I wish it was 8. No, it's 10 p.m. with that watch there as we're looking at things and as we're tracking things here with the overall setup, with the overall meteorological picture, that overall meteorological storyline. So again, just going through everything, all the different tools we have in the toolkit. Just trying to update you. Let's go to outages. Let's see here. Not overwhelming, but definitely some noteworthy ones like toward Echols County as we're looking. Just trying to keep you up to date. I know. Just watching the progression of things. Let's pull up the risk here for tomorrow. We have that 1 out of 5 risk, but today's been a 2 out of 5 risk. That's why, that type of potential, why we turned that logo red. We had the heat threat too with the extreme heat warning in play. Something we're really been taking note of here as well, as we're keeping you guys informed. So I'm just trying to update you here the best I can. 47 miles an hour there on Dames Point, New Berlin, Beacon Hills. See over toward Mayport here next little bit. Some of this wind we're going to be watching coming toward that area. Potentially, let's loop this. Yeah, looks like so. To watch the overall progression here of this storm activity. You can see parts of Leon, 7:15 warning, Wakulla. You see warning to the east till 6:45. Let's put the lightning back on. I know it's just so overwhelming. So, but it is a hazard here. So we got a big hazard. So whenever thunder roars, we got to go indoors, obviously, as we're looking at things, as we're updating the best we can here with the overall picture. So we still have this watch here in Plato, 10 p.m. As we look towards some of the different counties here, we're just trying to keep you informed. Much of the area is still under this with our severe thunderstorm watch until 10 p.m. Just trying to keep you guys up to date the best we can here with the overall scenario. Severe thunderstorm watch until 10 p.m. We're watching these conditions, favorable for severe thunderstorms in and close to this zone. So, again, just trying to be here for you the best we can. With this overall impending hazard for some it's already come on through, but we just still have to be mindful here of this scenario as things move along. Going back here into Duval with this area around Dames Point, you see all this wind around Fort Caroline, right here around Seaview Drive, and areas there around Maybank Way, Wild Heron Way, Hexer Drive in here as well. Just seeing a lot of wind energy for sure. Knocking power out to some, causing some damage potential in there for sure. Just trying to update you here. See, east of Crawfordville, a whole bunch of lightning, maybe a burst of wind energy here around the community of Wakulla. See, as I'm moving towards St. Mark's, it looks like it kind of is. Maybe, areas just off to the east as well. You can kind of see that burst of wind energy here as we're looking at things on the Doppler scan. Again, by the way, that lightning counter, whenever you see that strike number, maybe it's not always apparent to you, but that count is for the frame. That's always 4. And then like the 271 here at the end of the loop here, now 273. It's just for the last 15 minutes within this frame. So that's just a ton of lightning. It's just a ton of lightning here for sure as we're looking at things. Just gonna, really be mindful here of the situation. I'm starting to hear thunder east is dark, but it's lightning to be pretty far away still. I think it might have been this. Yeah, I thought that one might have been the last minute, but some stuff in Georgia. I don't know if we're hearing it from that far away, but starting to hear little rumbles still pretty far away here in the timeline. But we're just going to continue to watch things here. We're at 6:30 right now, that bottom of the hour. We're still seeing a slew of warnings. Let me see what I can do here because these warnings are just, there's so many kind of lose sight of them sometimes. So we have, let me turn the lightning back off. That's probably about what we need to do here, but we have 1, 2, we have 3, warning 4, 5, and then warning 6 also in Duval there. I know it's kind of hard to, I know Jacksonville kind of blocked that. I mean, it makes, you can't see that very good, but, warning 6 there in North Duval as well as we're looking at things. So this a number of severe thunderstorm warnings on the board at this hour as we're continuing to keep you updated. Let's pull up those temperatures here. A lot of spots are quite a bit cooler than they were, as we're looking at the overall picture now. We're not going to be as warm, as we were today looking ahead. I know we didn't have, obviously we're in severe coverage, so we're not doing a formal show today. But just a 7-day real quick, throwing that up here, you can kind of see. And a little cooler tomorrow by a few degrees. This is because there's so much coverage of storms here as we're looking at the overall situation. So, again, we're just seeing that overall spatial coverage here of the storm activity. It's just so noteworthy here as we're updating you the best we can. It's helping knock down temperature. You see an 89 there by Sunday. But, just overall, it's still hot and humid. We're not really getting the boundary to push on through as we're looking at things. So, again, I just keeping you informed. Let me see. I'm going to go to, let's try to get our Baron 3K mark because the HRRR has handled this just so poorly. I hate even just throwing that on. And this is our old cover, not old, but this is, we're in alert mode, so I have this map here for you to sell with the red look. Not that it makes that much of a difference, but we'll throw that up there real quick as I go ahead and look at some things. I go ahead and I want to try to pull up our Baron 3K. So let me toggle some things around here in our system. Just, one-man band, I want to try to get this, so you can see things the best we can. There's a lot in that. I'm just gonna, let me move that over a little, so for our mode. Get our camera frame set up a little bit better, especially where I'm sitting. Let me move it a little east. So, okay, so we're gonna try to go through this here and try to help you out best we can. So you can see storm accent around here, at the boundary and play. And you see how it's hanging on. Maybe eventually it'll kind of weaken as, it's not showing total weakening, but it's showing stuff at least by about 2 a.m. kind of in the periphery of the area there and weakening on out. We'll get a little break, but you see stuff forming back pretty quick. Oh boy, I might be seeing a lot more of me here depending on how things go. And you can kind of, in a shorter period of time here even. And you can see it finally Friday looks a little bit better, but then Saturday we start to see more of this stuff here forming. And yeah, it's kind of busy here for sure. In fact, let me go back in here. I'm going to zoom into our area better now with this so we can kind of see this here. That's Saturday, but let's go all the way to the front end of this. That's doing a pretty good job compared to the HRRR hand that I've been looking at earlier on. So, we'll try to kind of move through this here a little bit with the Baron 3K. So you can kind of see here just the overall. I mean, it shows stuff around Duval at 10. That could lead to some flash flooding if we get rain to move that so that heavy. And you see, I mean, we need the rain. We just don't want it that fast here. And then you can kind of see our boundary in here. And you see stuff by 9 a.m. maybe already in the radar. That could be severe before, we, even get done with breakfast here tomorrow toward the Gulf Coast. And then as we're looking at things, through the day here, it's a marginal risk. But just definitely seeing that potential in here. So. And then on Friday morning, it's showing stuff for a little while on Cedar Key. We'll see if it happens like that. And then we kind of, it looks like sub-severe before it gets maybe severe again later on Friday as we kind of try to go through this here. And then we just keep looking through and you see some different things in the meteorology. Early Saturday, maybe some stuff on the radar. I'm curious to see how much rain this is adding up in here by the time we get done with all this. I'm gonna change this so I don't normally do it like this on the fly, like, I'm gonna do, but okay, that's your total precip over the next few days. And I may be able to, I gotta remember how to do this exactly because we're doing this on the fly here. I don't normally do it like this, but I can just tell you those purples there indicate, a lot of rainfall, or like Taylor County in this situation, these pinks, these purples, these whites here, indicate, maybe over half a foot of rain in some cases here. As we look, we need the rain. We just don't want too much too quick here as we're updating you the best I can. So a very busy period for sure. That's the total rain, but definitely some gusty winds in here, but it's probably not the best thing to sow. It doesn't, do it justice exactly here because things are going to be a little more different than that. But again, I mean, there's a lot to unpack here, but you can at least I feel better about this model than what the HRRR had been sewing here because I did not make a lot of sense what it's been sewing. But you can see here, I mean, not all this is going to happen like this. It's just at least I feel like I can at least sew this here and not completely say it's not going to happen. Some of this seems, really plausible based on at least starting out right, as we kind of go through the timeline here. We're just, I mean, that's early Saturday morning when you're trying to make breakfast plans, maybe. Maybe you're not up that early, but, maybe still some stuff there on the view. And then we saw Saturday's pretty busy here. So, yeah, it's a busy picture there for sure. But let's get back over to the current view because we have a lot of warnings still. We'll talk about the future, I guess, more later because we have all these active warnings here right now that we need to talk about, in the here and now. Parts of Leon, parts of Wakulla. You see, so that's still 7:15 over here. I have the lighting off. That's why, normally I'd have it on. There's just so much of it. But a lot of wind right here on Hyde Park. St. Mark's here. Let's put street level mapping on here. Again, I'm going to zoom in here, in fact, and see that this is around Triplet Road. It looks like Coastal Highway. Some of this wind energy for sure. As we're updating you guys. Knocking out power to some folks, I'm sure, as we're looking at the overall scenario. Just trying to keep everybody informed. We'll get over to Jacksonville and Duval County. The watches, some spots till 10, but we have all these warnings. This one till 6:45, 6:45, 7 o'clock. A lot of wind energy, maybe headed over to Mayport. Let me see if we have any reports. Okay, they're dropping the warning back out here. Not this one, but this one they're dropping. The Weather Service. 6:35, they said the warning. The storm is no longer posing an immediate threat. Excuse me, again, we've been on for a while, but immediate threat there to life or property. So that's good news. Still some stronger winds in there, southwest of Callahan, but this near the airport's pretty impressive looking. Yeah, let's pull up some cameras over there. Okay, we're gonna try to get back in over here. Looks pretty nasty. It's a little blurry too, but we'll pull this one in. Definitely stormy on that view, Florida 5-1 perspective. I'll see if I can get some more up. Again, just trying to keep everybody safe and informed here. Just trying to update you. We look here, these inclement conditions. 295 and Lim Turner. Let's go ahead and pull this in. You can kind of see what we're doing with here. Just looking at my alert board to see if we have anything new, but just some nasty weather conditions for sure. It could be worse. In some spots, it is worse than what I'm showing you, but sometimes it's kind of hard to find the exact, worst spot here when we're doing this on the fly. But again, I'm just trying to keep you up to date. We've got a new warning out here to the west now. Parts of Taylor and Lafayette, and it's still 7:45. It looks like a gust to Perry there. They had a gust to 44 miles an hour at the Perry Airport recently. So again, just trying to keep you up to date. Okay, so new warning there, parts of Lafayette, as well as Wakulla, Dixie, Jefferson, Taylor, and Madison to 7:45. At 6:39, severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from Dowland Park to 9 miles east of Perry there to 25 miles southeast of Woodville and near St. Mark's, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. Mayo, St. Mark's, Perry, Newport, as well as it looks like Jug Island there. You have Cabbage Grove, Scanlon, you have the Perry Airport, San Pedro Junction, Hampton Springs, and Cedar Island. As we're looking out there, again, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning till 7:45. Lafayette, East Central Wakulla, Northwestern Dixie, and Southwestern Jefferson, Taylor, and Southeastern Madison counties. So, again, looking toward the Big Bend of Florida with some more severe thunderstorm warning activity. Again, just trying to keep you guys updated here as I look at the Doppler. On this Wednesday evening, it's the 29th day of July, 2026. And I'm here for you hour by hour trying to give you guys the very latest on this scenario. Again, I'm just trying to keep you informed. We had a gust there. It looks like they had a gust as high as 51 actually at the weather stem station at the Hamilton County High School weather stem site there earlier on. So. All this lightning in here. Definitely noteworthy. I tell you what, that's the warning they dropped. Might be adding a warning back here pretty soon. We'll see. As we're looking there. That's the one that it technically goes to 6:45, but they said they're expiring it. But right around US 301 there, we're seeing some pretty strong winds. Looks like based on the radar scans. So. Just never know here. This stuff's really tricky. For sure. As we keep you informed. Just trying to keep you up to date. Ooh, I don't like that. That's right around St. Mark's. Let's check our mapping real quick. Let's go to our flood risk because I want to take off our alerts. Some of this is near water is why I'm doing this, but so on St. Mark's. Again, we have a bunch of warnings. Don't think we don't have warnings. I wish we didn't have warnings. No, we have a bunch of warnings. I just trying to clear things up a little because there's just so much on the map here at points as I'm trying to keep you up to date. Let me check questions and comments again. Just appreciate everybody tuning on in here on this Wednesday. It's the 29th day of July, 2026. Trying to be here for you the best I can. Going between some of the different modes. Looks like a new warning now. Okay, so we got a new warning over to the east. We'll pop that up in just a moment. Okay, that's still 7:15. I tell you what, and these reds and greens, some folks, and I don't mean to make, severe weather is very serious. Don't get me wrong, I take it very serious. But seeing these greens and reds on here reminds me of a Christmas tree on Christmas time. I guess, unfortunately, not in a fun way at all. It's not a good thing at all. But unfortunately it's like Christmas in July here on the Doppler radar, as you know. It's just a lot going on here in terms of the overall view right now here with all this wind energy. As we go ahead and look. So we have that warning right for the airport, 7:15. Severe thunderstorm over the airport, and the weather services as well in that vicinity. And where the radar is, it's moving northeast at 15 miles an hour. Jacksonville International Airport and Ocean Way. So again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here. Let's see. I'll play triple R, and I'm probably gonna regret it based on how bad it's been doing, but yeah. Again, I think the Baron 3K has been doing a lot better like this. It's not showing the stuff late in the night, way late like it was, though. It's really been inconsistent. This H triple R. As we're looking at things. It's going between some of our different looks. So we got one warning, two warnings, warning 3, warning 4. So only 4 warnings in here because this one's just north of the area, Seminole County there, but we'll see how that progresses for our viewers down south and east toward like Bainbridge over the next little bit possibly. Look at some of these different reports here. Fallen tree limbs or trees resulted in outage there along Highway 19. Power outage earlier on. As we're looking at things, again, just updating everybody the best I can. Trying to be here for everybody. Again, just looking at all of our different sources. Right around Mayport. Again, some of the worst of this right now. Over the last few minutes, seeing some of that kind of come on through, it looks like. In eastern Duval County. Let me see if they've got any type of gust there. Okay, we got a gust of Fort Caroline, 45 miles an hour at 34 past the hour. And another gust report. A 40 gust there, about 640 around Fort Caroline. All our different skip markers showing up out here. Like around Crawfordville. See all this wind. Let's go ahead and go to our power outage numbers again. And I keep hitting visibility somehow when I do that, which is interesting. Okay, county power outage totals. Go ahead and zoom on out here. See our slew of outages. Not overwhelming, though, to be completely honest with you. These are not overwhelming, which is great. I mean, it's kind of a slow roll here as these storms move across. Some of them kind of get back on, and then other areas go out. But so I've just been thunderstorm watch toward Bradford, until 10. Let's go ahead and some of this stuff looks like it's weakening a little bit here, which is what we want to see in Bradford County. I mean, it's weakened quite a bit. Let's put lightning on though. Live Oak area. Let's see where that's headed because that may kind of. I mean, it could, things can shift around. We're at 88 right now, by the way, on the thermometer, but at least right now, and I know I'm kind of in front of some of it. So let me kind of move around a little here with this, but you can kind of see right now it looks like this area kind of in here might get a little luckier temporarily. I mean, remember, we still have more storm chances tomorrow and Friday and Saturday and Sunday and in the next week. So I don't just think, this is going to be over here. It's not, but for this, burst of the stronger storm acts and more severe potential. Again, just trying to keep you up to date here, trying to keep you informed. Just watching things on the scans. Looks like I have a viewer from the low country. That viewer there, is back watching again. I appreciate you tuning on in. As we're looking here, just appreciate everybody tuning on in here on this Wednesday, on this 29th day of July, 2026. Let's put satellite here. Seeing the convective nature of things. Right near the state line, kind of fire up. West of Crawfordville there, seeing some wind enhancement. And on St. Mark's, you see all this storm activity. Perry there, Taylor County. Wright Road there, and Roberts. Let's see. Trying to get these roads in here. Wayne Roberts Lane. Again, seeing some of that storm activity. See a lot of lightning around Live Oak. Not severe warning there, but whenever thunder roars, go indoors. In fact, let's pull up the lightning safety here. Just, whenever thunder roars, you definitely need to go indoors. Lightning can strike miles away from a parent storm. And then, we have our severe thunderstorm watch. Looking at different areas here. Just continuing to give you guys the very latest here. Severe thunderstorms are possible, getting close to the watch area. Look at my alert board, looking at some of the other information here at my disposal, just trying to keep you guys informed. Okay, we did get a severe gust at the Naval Station there, Mayport, as we're looking there at 6:45, 58 miles an hour, 50-knot gust there. Mayport Naval Air Facility, gust there at 58 miles an hour, 6:45. Some of the stuff getting offshore. So that's our first confirmed severe gust of the day in our area. As we're looking at things. That's moving offshore, though. That part of the, accident in the corridor. Let's do something else here. We're going to do so many things, so many places we can go with this. Let's pull this in. We were showing you the Baron 3K model. Let me see what I can pull up here. We're going to maneuver some things around. We've been on for so long. Okay, temperatures. Let's do this. I can actually move this around, so I don't have to. So, I just want to see the storyline. I mean, we had a lot hotter earlier around here, though, as we were looking toward our area. The rain or the clouds, kind of help with that. But, I mean, some spots in the country are a lot cooler, like up towards Chicago, Columbus, Buffalo. I mean, there's some wildfire smoke parts of these areas, but you see how hot it is. And toward other parts of the country, they're around Dallas and El Paso and out west. I mean, we've had a pattern here where we've had that northwest flow here that's definitely been influencing things here meteorologically. It's just, we're seeing that boundary that kind of, stalling out toward our area as we look ahead in toward the timeline. And that's going to be a situation here where we're just going to be kind of stuck here. It's going to be kind of stuck in that rut here with a storm accent as we look ahead in toward the coming days. So. Again, just trying to keep you informed the best I can here. I'm going to throw our coverage map up real quick. Just appreciate everybody tuning on in. Maneuvering some things around. I want to go to our rainfall totals forecast. May need to get let's see, is that the updated one? Okay, yeah, it is. So we'll go ahead and throw that on here. Let me get rid of that one pause point. We don't need that one pause point in here. And I actually need to change our time set. And we've been on for so long here. Let me just kind of set some different things in the cell. So again, you can kind of see here the rainfall totals adding on up as I advance. It's just a broad brush. Some spots are getting a lot more even right now, but Let me move this around a little too. You see Palm Coast quite a bit less than other spots there, but Cedar Key, Cross City, several inches of rain expected as we kind of look ahead here in toward the timeline. This is European 12Z forecast rainfall totals graphic. So a lot of precip here as we look at the overall storyline for sure. So seeing that, we're seeing, let me put this back into the other mode here, as we've been tracking things, and our storm threats definitely a severe gust. We've already seen now at least one confirmed, 58 at Mayport here in the last little bit. Very low chance of a quick spin up tornado. Isolated small hail possible. It's pretty low chance, and then maybe a little bit of urban flood. And that could become a bigger deal as we look in the hours to come if we kind of see some heavier rain set up over some of these different areas. Some of these higher totals. It's a possibility here we'll have to watch for as we look at things here the best we can. So I know that heat's still been a big story today as we were looking. But even, we have our 7-day. We've seen some temperatures drop a little because of the rain, but you see the ward like later on, as kids start back in school, the heat's going to be a big story as well. Those well above average temperatures look to last as we look here a little bit later on in that timeline. So definitely got to be cognizant of them here as we look at things the best we can. So many different graphics I can go to in my show here. It's just, where do we want to go next with this here as we continue to keep you guys up to date? That's the question. That's the question here. Just trying to keep you informed. Okay, we're gonna go to Almanac. This is Gainesville. And last year we set a record of 100. Not getting quite as hot as they could have there with the actual temperature, but that humidity was up for sure. That's why I have had the extreme heat warning in play. But in Tallahassee, they got to 101 with the actual air temperature, tying that record back in 1993 here. So just very hot temperatures here for sure as we're looking at things overall. 100 in a few different spots in our area today as we were looking, at the overall situation. I mean, just crazy to think about here as I scroll through the show here just to kind of, update you here on the fly. I mean, look at how hot. 101 Bainbridge, 100 there about Asta. Just 101 there. I see dust. 101 there to Ward, Tallahassee. Just, just outrageous temperatures here as we're looking at things with the very latest information here meteorologically. Just trying to keep you up to date here on things. These are not fun temperatures to have to deal with. These are oppressive temperatures, swampy type of feel, out there for sure. As we're looking, I mean, some of those heat index values now are a little bit lower because of that rain cooled air, but look at Cross City. Oh my goodness, 120 there is what it feels like toward Cross City right now at 7 o'clock in Dixie County. Oh my, I mean, the storms are about to head in, but just, oh wow. I mean, I'm double checking in another system because it's only 90 the air temperature, but they have a dew point there of 86. 89% humidity there in toward Cross City. This is not fun. This is not fun at all. Just that swampy feel out there for sure as we're looking at things overall. I mean, that is just wild. But, seeing that 120 feels like temperature on a map here at 7 toward Cross City. I mean, some of those numbers may be a little bit overdone, dew points and humidity, but just the idea of it feeling, anywhere close to that is not good at all here as we're looking at things with the overall situation. So, I know some of our warnings have went away, which I'd like to see. I'll get back over to that in a moment as we're looking at the latest information. As I keep you up to date. Just glancing through different things I can show you guys. We have the drought. We need the rain. We definitely need that rain here as we're looking at things. But, don't want too much too quick. But we do need that precip. We do need that, rainfall here. Got a whole bunch there that Saturday evening. I mean, about half of the month's total here in July. It came on Saturday with 3.5 for the month, not the year. It seems like it was that little rain we've had. But for the month, 3.5 inches. I hear East Stark on my Davis weather station, about half of that fell in like a, small time frame there back on Saturday night. So I know, by the way, our barometric pressure is pretty low, 1,010 millibars as we're looking here at information, but Definitely still need that rain here as we're looking towards some of our different spots. The percent of normal last 30 days. It's not been enough, even though we're starting to get a lot of that rain in towards spots right now. As we're looking at the overall scenario. I know tonight, though, some of our different spots, it's not going to fall a whole bunch. That swampy feel out there for sure. And then the highs tomorrow won't get quite as high as they could generally, just because, of the overall cloud cover, the storms around, but still into the 90s some. And I'll move this around so we can show our viewers there, around Palm Coast and the like, and up the coast there. Still pretty warm as we're kind of looking at things overall. As I try to keep you guys up to date here on the overall situation. I know this is a set for a certain region. You can see East Tennessee a little cooler up there. Some of these yellows indicate a little bit cooler if you get right up there. I mean, it's just set. The way I have it framed, if I had it framed different, I could see all these, but not quite as oppressive, but just the overall, colors dictate the temperatures is what I'm saying with that, with the overall storyline. So I'm hearing some thunder here east to Stark as I look at things. Overall. Let's see here where I want to go with this next. Let me just get back to our map. The warnings, the current stuff. Okay, yeah, we still got quite a bit, even though we've seen a little bit of weakening. We don't have any warnings off the Jacksonville stuff now, which is great news. That's what we like to see. Granted, it's still pretty strong. 46 miles an hour there, Nassau Duval line. Let's see if we have power outages over here. We probably do. Not that bad, though. As we get back off to the west, though. 500, 600, 200, 400, 100, 200. As we keep you informed here, as we keep you up to date. Those aren't that bad compared to what it could be with a risk like this. And really with all these warnings, we've had, I don't know how many. I can try to count them real quick for everybody. I know our first warning in our area was a little after 3, so one, some of these may, okay, I'll go ahead and count all of them from the Tallahassee and Jacksonville because some of these are not our area, a handful, but I'm just going to try to do this live here. 1, 2, I may get it wrong. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Somewhere around 20, 21-ish warnings between the two offices here. Severe thunderstorm warnings. So to have this few power outages, remarkable. I'm doing that live here, and I'm looking through all the warnings in the country, so that may be a little off. Let me back this up the last. You won't be able to count it this way probably, but I'll go ahead and do 6 hours. So let's go to right in the middle. We'll do 6-hour loop here. And we don't want to do one. No, we're not going to do 1-minute increments. That would take forever. Let's do 15. You can just see all the yellow boxes here on the map at times. Just popping in here. Some of the, boxes were west of our area or north, so they're not really, they don't count for it. But we just had so many warnings here, so many severe thunderstorm warnings as we're looking at things with the overall threat here. Just definitely paying attention, definitely being vigilant here as we keep you guys up to date. Hour by hour, seeing all these yellow boxes here as we're watching things, as we're updating you the best we can. So I'm trying to angle this so you can see me and just everything in here, but the counties as well, the little lines that we have on there for them. So let's see how far these warnings go right now to the west, because some of this stuff's getting off the coast there in Wakulla, which is obviously what we like to see. That one only goes to 7:15. This one goes to 7:45, though, including Perry and North Taylor County. A lot of lightning here west of Lavo, north of Mayo. It's kind of a thunder roar. You want to go indoors here for sure as we're looking at things. Again, just trying to keep you up to date. Just trying to keep you informed. Look at storm energy this year. Just showing how, things stabilize some, but H4 hadn't handled some things well. I think it's handling this well, unfortunately. It's when things kind of re-energize pretty quick early tomorrow as we're looking at things. So just the overall idea here with our storm energy, definitely things kind of re-energizing here on us pretty fast. So just got to be aware of that potential as we look here. This is early in the morning even, so. Little burst of wind energy maybe around Callahan there. Of course, we'll get back to the west here. Look at this south of Crawfordville now as we look on our map. See around Perry. This doesn't look all that impressive. A lot of it's more toward the coast. They may drop this warning early. I mean, this storm here looks more impressive out towards southwestern Suwannee County. This is southeast of Dallin Park. I remember going after Hurricane Idalia, to see all that damage there in Dallin Park. I mean, Helene, obviously, they had even, more impactful damage in some areas, but, it was bad in Dallin Park after Idalia there back in 2023, so. As we go ahead and just keep on updating you. Watching the radar scans. Let me see if there's any more questions, comments here. Looks like we have a viewer on Twitch there. Appreciate you tuning on in. Appreciate you being a big fan here of the coverage and just me trying to keep folks safe and informed there. Looks like a viewer named Braden there over on the Twitch platform. I don't get many comments on Twitch at all, so appreciate everybody tuning on in here as we're looking at things. As we go ahead and just keep everybody safe and informed here. Parts of Duval County, there's some wind energy. But not quite as severe, maybe. Let me try to pull something else up in here now. Granted, it may not quite work, but I'm going to try to pull something up. See what I can kind of come up with here. This is our air quality map. I know we've had some wildfire smoke become a big deal, areas that are like Tennessee with some sunsets and, impacts on those. And just wanted to see how air quality was. I mean, with all the storm accent around here, I mean, it's been kind of hazy around. It was kind of hazy earlier on. I just wanted to kind of at least talk about that a little bit here. Just, there's some different maps I can get to that are, if I had, time, I would have maybe got together there. But this just gives you an idea here. I mean, it's not, the perfect air quality out there for sure. As we're looking at things, some impacts there, moderate type of impacts with the air quality, but, just a little, above us there as we're looking for sure with that overall storyline. As we're looking at things. And we got a new warning. Okay, at 8:15. Little corridor out there. Although we had a gust there, 40 on a Tempest weather station 2 miles north of Hyde Park in McCullough County, around 6:45. A lot of these gusts have been just under severe, I've noticed. So that's a good sign, at least, at the overall pattern compared to what it could be. But talking about areas of McCullough and Leon in our area, that's the 8:15. Also have Franklin and Liberty outside of the area. A 713 severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from 15 miles south of Greensboro to Nama and northeast of Carroll, moving southeast at 5 miles an hour. Choppy, as well as East Camp, Joe Fire Tower, Hosford. Some of these areas are outside of the viewing circle, but some are in it. Let me just get to our map so we can kind of see that to you a little bit better. We have 2 active local warnings right now, it looks like. It's a little bit of Leon in this. This is out of our area, Liberty, but then a little bit of Wakulla. A lot of these are rural parts of our area, but not really choppy. And then down toward the coast, Panacea. And then you have some marine alerts there too, and you have our other warning further back to the east here. Let's go to power outages a different way here. That's the way we go to it a lot, but these aren't that bad compared to, like I said, about 20 warnings or so. This is not that bad compared to what it could be. Some of the, the warnings are outside of our area, and you see some outages outside of our area for sure, but as we're kind of looking at things, but it's not that bad here compared to what it could be. It's still not over, and we're still going to have multiple days, though, so let's pull up tomorrow's risk. Because, I'm starting to think, and I could be wrong because it's, still getting stuff out of the west. I'm starting to think we're, going to be, kind of be a situation here where we're on the downside of things for today's threat a little bit, just based on how I'm seeing some stuff not having near as much lightning, especially toward the Swanee River Valley, eastern, areas of that, like Lake City area. So let me go ahead and pull up, some different things. Today's risk in here, we're on the edge anyway to the south, but tomorrow you see that risk here, that marginal risk we're going to be paying attention to. There's not a day 3 risk right now, but a day 2 risk for sure as we're looking. And then let me go ahead and see what we have here in terms of hydrology. Watching for little areas of flash flood risk here. There's actually one up in here. This is west of our area, but that's pretty significant there around Donaldsonville. Let's see how much rain's falling over there. This is out of our area. I just want to see what this is capable of, though. We used to cover that area, but some of those areas getting 3 inches here. Probably more like, let's go 3 hours. Yeah, they got a lot pretty quick. Some of our areas here, Tallahassee, some of the worst has missed them overall, it looks like, but so far. But let's get to the Valdosta view on this. Two and a half, 2. Some areas getting a good bit here, and then still sitting over them. So that could lead to some flood advisories, or maybe even a flash flood warning we had that on Saturday night. So we're kind of looking at things up that way. Still got our severe thunderstorm watch till 10. Let's see here. So here's a broad view of that watch. We can kind of, I think that's the only watch in the country right now. It is. All eyes are kind of on our area. And as we're looking here, you don't have anything. There's some warnings out west, it looks like, based on what I'm seeing, like in Utah and Arizona. But, the watch is including areas of north central, northeast Florida, southeast Georgia, the Big Bend of Florida, southwest Georgia there. So definitely trying to keep you guys up to date here as we're looking at the overall meteorological storyline. So let's see here. We'll go back into SO mode for a minute. Again, high temperatures tomorrow look like they're going to be on that hot side, but not as hot as today, thankfully. Don't get me wrong. But it's still going to be on the hot side. Let me check my mic. I've been talking almost 4 hours. I still see it. It's working. But it may be getting pretty close to going dead here after 4 hours of talking with a 5-minute break. That's all I've had in here in the whole time frame. So let me just check it real quick. It's still going for now, but I'll keep an eye on it here. May have to switch that out here pretty soon. So just, continue here to be watching things and tracking things here in the overall of the situation. And I charged them up last night because I had a feeling we're talking a while here. So just again, probably need to be charging them up again here as we look ahead because there's going to be more talking in the days to come probably. While I have this up, let me go ahead and I'm going to get our 3K model up again for folks that are just tuning on in. Okay, so we got that up. Let me scrub through it. I think that's helpful. So you can kind of see, and let's also zoom in. We're going to zoom into our area a little bit better, and I'll you can see that's doing a pretty good job, Honestly, it's doing a way better job than the HRRR, as HRRR has just been a mess lately, to be completely honest. So let's go ahead and just keep on looking here. I mean, I know it's tricky, but you're just showing stuff that I don't know if I agree with. Down toward Clay and Putnam with this heavy rainfall. Really, I'm scrubbing back and forth, by the way. I don't want to confuse you, but that looks a little bit off to me. I don't think it'll cluster like that necessarily with a flood threat, but if it does, and as I alluded to, it will be a flood threat as we look there. But then as we get in toward tomorrow, you can kind of see here as we're looking toward Tallahassee, toward Valdosta, you can kind of see it had some stuff in it. It kind of fades. Maybe it's decreasing instability. Maybe we got a little reprieve in there according to this. And then, as you see in the morning, maybe some stuff glancing by, and then the afternoon, and then, we see some stuff on Saturday as we look here in Tallahassee, and that could be a flood threat. We'll see. Just quite a bit on in there as we're looking. That's the 12Z. Let me see if we got the 18Z in. I don't think so. So still getting used to the Barron model because that's not something I had access to, of course, until we had our Barron system. So got to kind of get used to some of the different, intricacies with that because it does seem like it's handling things better than what HRRR has done. So sometimes, one model will do better than the other, and I'm more used to HRRR. That's why I've been using it more. But the Barron model at least is picking up on what's happening now pretty good, it seems like, as we're looking at the overall situation. So, again, just going to continue to watch things here. A lot of this over the Gulf here. See some stuff out here, of course, with our warning of 745. Some advisory level stuff toward Duval and Nassau. Wakulla, not warning to 815. It's not right in Crawfordville, though. It's out towards South Choppy. So some of these communities in here, you see this burst of wind energy around Smith Creek. I mean, you have winds going toward the radar. You have winds going away from the radar. So again, that's kind of the storyline there as we're looking at things because the radar is up in here toward, you can kind of see it where I'm at barely, right up in here. So that's kind of the overall view here as we're looking at things. And looking at some trees, issues there, a tree down, or actually multiple trees down there toward areas there in McCullough County on MLK, around 98, close to the Tiger Hammock area. So just looking through some different things. Gust to 48 at Jacksonville Airport at 6:50 p.m. And I hit. This is what happened to me wrong for a while. My hand sometimes even gets tired here, and I guess it clicks a little wrong or something. As we go ahead and keep you up to date here, as we're trying to keep you up to date on the overall situation. So again, I'm just trying to be here for you. It's a pretty interesting signature there with those winds, northwest of Cropperville. We're not moving toward Cropperville based on where the polygon's drawn, but moving off here, it looks like southeast. Let's do a track on this. We haven't been doing a lot of tracks because sometimes this stuff can be a little tricky. We're already getting the storm around the top. But that's kind of like, what I'm saying. It's a little tricky, but that wind potential looks like it's a little more gnarly with that there as we're looking. As we're tracking. By the way, they had a gust of 58 around Donaldsonville at 7, so that's just outside of area now, but moving southeast at only 5 miles an hour. By the way, Valdosta's no longer under the watch, so that's some good news for you guys, but southeast at only 5 miles an hour. I mean, it takes over an hour to get there, so we'll use our TOA tool then. Let's do that. I mean, at that pace, it won't get there for like 2 hours, which I think it'd fall apart by then with it being more stabilized down there. But we'll just, continue to see as we're watching things across the 38 counties here. Just trying to keep you up to date, trying to keep you informed on the inclement weather, the dangerous conditions. Just looking through everything here. The different resources. So again, here with you, updating you the best I can. This time, sometimes I'm not talking because we just have so much going on here. Not so much going on to word like Central Florida there, as I'll say on some of our different views. That's not our area, but my mouse decided to take me down there again, so we'll just look there real quick. But you can kind of see here what's going on as we're updating you the best we can. We'll pull up some different modes here. Again, just trying to update you here, just trying to be here for you to look at my alert board and things like that. Still some pretty strong thunderstorms around Jacksonville. I do get a little concerned seeing that these aren't moving that much, and that Barron model was kind of hinting at some of this heavier rain hinting around, maybe a little south eventually. But let's look rainfall amounts here. You know, a couple inches, probably more like the last just 2 hours, 3 hours, or something. Maybe. I mean, you know, as we really narrow it down, Densmore, a couple inches there. Nassau County, a couple inches. Look at some of these reports earlier. Northern Jefferson County. It's kind of interesting here how some of these, you know, the overall impact as it be, you know, is felt. It gets felt toward these areas. I know parts of Taylor County there. Seeing some of this lightning, some of this rainfall. So this looks like the strongest right here in our area right now. But that's not over the most populated area. We have a lot of lightning here in Southwest 20 though. But that's not severe right now. So let me check our velocity on that a little more. I think we still have to watch the 10. We still have a couple warnings in play, but it's a situation here where we're gonna keep going. It's just I'm gonna take a quick break though. Again, I've been sitting down today instead of standing up, so I gotta stretch my legs a little, believe it or not. I know you can't really tell. Maybe we have this set unless you've been watching maybe for a while, either over the weeks, months, or just a while today even. Because it's not, I don't look that much different on here, but it's just the way. So we've been on for 4 hours, but this kind of kept my breath. This isn't the most overwhelming situation at the moment, which is great. We still have warnings, so we got to come back here, and we'll be back at 7:40 with more information. So unless we get like a tornado warning or something really, enhanced here, I'll be back about 7:40 with more information. So let me make sure there's no more questions, comments at the moment. I just appreciate everybody tuning in, like from the low country there. Just, appreciate your viewership, appreciate everybody's viewership here on this Wednesday, this 29th day of July, 2026. We're on all the different platforms. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button, like on YouTube. If you're watching there, make sure you do that. You hit that like button there on the video so more people see this in the future here, and you see it here more in the future as well when we have these active conditions, like in tomorrow and the like, even in the days ahead, as I told you, it's going to be wet here, and some days, we'll have, probably a good amount of warnings. Maybe some will have more stability and not as much in the way of warnings, but be wet here, and we're going to be keeping you up to date here on the very latest. I'll be back here at 7:40 with more, unless I need to pop back in sooner. So I don't know why it's saying zero. Okay, it was saying zero lightning strikes for a second there, throwing me off a little. But yeah, we're just continuing to watch things here in the Weather Center with these warnings. You had some different damage reports here on the periphery, and something really getting in the area there. So as well as we're looking at the overall latest information, just trying to keep you up to date here on things the best we can in the Weather Center. I'll be back in about 5-6 minutes or so with more details here on cloud weather. I know. Just, I hope you have a great evening too there, our viewer from the low country, and I'll be back here in about 5 or 6 minutes with more coverage as we keep you guys informed here on cloud weather. Special coverage of this severe thunderstorm watch here on this 29th day of July 2026, after we've already had that extreme heat warning in play for many of us, getting to 101 degrees in Tallahassee, and have had some storms in the vicinity, and we've had some power outages here and there, not overwhelming, but still some impacts, and we're going to keep documenting those more here in about 5 or 6 minutes. This is a clouds weather alert. Back here with you, continuing that cover. Just a little late there, but, because that time goes quick, when you're off for a few minutes there. Just been off for about 5 or 6, minutes, something like that there with the overall timeline. We did just get a new warning, though. It's now to 9:15 for parts of Dixie County there included with that. Let me go ahead and kind of read things on off here. So at 7:40, the Weather Service sent this out. Southern Lafayette as well as Dixie and southeastern Taylor counties there involved. So, that includes areas there. As I'll zoom on in here, you can kind of tell Cross City involved as we're, just looking at the situation. Just being very mindful here. So, it's a thunderstorm warning for Southern Lafayette, Dixie, and southeastern Taylor. Under 9:15 at 7:40, severe thunderstorms are located along the line extending from near O'Brien to 13 miles northeast of Steinhatchee to 28 miles south of Perry there, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. So just continuing to track things toward that zone. We do have a report of some damage toward Lafayette County. A tree or a large branch in the road near Dallin Park there around Chansey. Also it looks like Taylor County now, several reports, of trees there, unfortunately, downed across the county. So that's one of our more noteworthy reports. And in Salem area there, it looks like several trees down, at least 10 calls right now across the county. If you add it all up, is what they're saying. That's pretty, noteworthy. So even though it doesn't look maybe as dramatic on radar, we're kind of getting further away as we're all looking at things here. It must be still really having that impact here as we'll go back over the past half hour. Because you don't see a big wind signal in here, but sometimes things will just happen. We have quite a bit of lightning here right around, Carver there in Salem, and that's moving down toward, areas here toward Dixie County eventually, maybe around Cross City. So let's do a storm track on this here. I'm just a little surprised that it's that, nasty considering we hadn't had a whole bunch of reports in areas with, maybe a little bit stronger signals, but we're not that close in the radar here, which hurts us as we're looking. Let's go to the Valdosta radar. I mean, that's the Valdosta. That is the Tallahassee. And Tallahassee looks like not much at all. And then Valdosta looks like a little something in there, but as we're looking. But yeah, a lot of reports of issues there toward this area as we go ahead and kind of track things on out. So let's see here. The speed on that is southeast at 25 miles an hour. I'm just trying to update ya. Southeast at 25 miles an hour. Change that in our TOA tool, our time of arrival tool. So maybe 8:30 or so around Cross City as we're looking at things. If that holds together, that's right around sunset. It could hold together at about Cross City. I mean, if it were to hold together all the way to Levy County or something, we could be looking at, almost 10 o'clock there for Cedar Key, and then 10:30, I don't think, that's behind me, but, if it were to hold together all the way to the edge of the viewing area there, but we'll see. I don't think it's going to hold together that long, but we'll watch it. I mean, it's not impossible as we're looking at things overall. So we do have 3,000 joules per kilogram of surface-based CAPE in there, and I'm keeping you guys up to date. So again, just appreciate everybody tuning on in on the different platforms. It looks like 9 of you watching right now over on YouTube. Just appreciate your viewership there as we're tracking the overall situation. And the Tallahassee things up that way looking a little bit better now. Where Leon, there's still some stuff, west of Bainbridge there, but stuff in the Gulf, here, parts of McCullough, but we still have this warning west of Crawfordville there with some enhancement. It looks a little weaker, but you just never know. I mean, again, we're getting multiple reports of problems there in Taylor County, so, some different things, several trees reported down, so. You see some stuff in Jefferson County there as well. So I have a little marker on this storm here. Suwannee County at one point there, which is always kind of concerning. Didn't have any warning over there, but southwest of Live Oak. Let me pause that because I'm curious on that. That looked like a legitimate marker there. Let me back this up. Right in there, a little after 7. It may have been something. Let's see. Some weak spin. Yeah, it could have been something. We're looking. I mean, the closer radar that was really about Austin. It didn't really show that, but interesting to see that how things emerge sometimes. That's earlier on as we get back to the current view. Let's see power outages in Taylor since there's reports of all those trees down. Well, it's gone up there a good bit then in the Ward Taylor County over the last little bit. With the outages, and Jefferson's up there, Wakulla's up there some now, so we're starting to see them come into play a little more as we're looking at the overall situation. Just trying to update you here. Let's get the outages. Oh, well, that's not okay. What I wanted to do, I wanted to go to outages the other way, is what I'm trying to get to. Bear with me here. 700 out over there. 300, 300, 200. Remember, in Taylor County, they're so vulnerable too because of everything that's happened with our tropical cyclones here. As we look back in that timeline, they're just so vulnerable. So it may not take, if there's a tree that's just been holding on all this time since Sedalia and Helene, it might. I mean, it could be. I mean, I don't know exactly. It may not have anything to do with that at this point in the world where some of those trees fell, but it's at least a possibility. Some issues could be still being enhanced a little by that aftermath of Helene. Adalia there as well in the timeline. I know as I look here, I'm just looking at everything in the overall storyline. Just let's remind you guys of Helene there as we look back here of what it looked like on the Doppler presentation. I mean, it was just a terrible, terrible storm system there that moved on through that folks will never forget as we look toward Taylor County. This wind's well over 100. You'll see it on the velocity here in just a moment. It's just part of the fabric of the community forever there as we look toward Taylor County and, into Madison County and that overall zone there, Dixie County. It's always a part of the fabric of the community. It's just awful to think about what happened on that terrible Thursday night there back in September of 2024. It's just going to always be there. And just go ahead and look here. This is crazy. There's even birds trapped in the eye there based on the correlation coefficient of Helene as we're looking back at that system there in 2024. I mean, we're, a couple months out from the 2-year anniversary of that. It's always going to be part of the fabric of the community. As we look over there, just an awful, awful storm that Hurricane Helene was. As we look back toward the timeline there, just terrible stuff there on the Doppler presentation. How bad things were. How bad things were on that fateful night. It's just crazy. I didn't think it could get worse than Adalia was for those areas because I didn't really have a chance as much to look at the damage from Helene in person, but I looked at the Adalia damage a whole bunch, and I, just thinking this is the worst type thing they're gonna have there, and then a year later it gets, one up by a pretty, wide margin here, sadly, as we look toward that zone. Just an awful, awful situation that Helene was, as we look out there off toward the west, in toward parts of our viewing circles. So, still here around Bradford County where I'm at, we haven't had, anything, that compares to Dora back in 64. I mean, that's still our benchmark storm. Granted, the last time we lost power here for more than a few seconds during a tropical cyclone where I'm at here in Bradford County, we lost it a little. It knocked us off for a few moments, went to a backup system for a few moments during Helene with some of those bands. But the last time we actually lost power for an extended period, more than a few moments, and it was for over 24 hours, was during Irma back in 2017. So that we were out for a little, the power was, we weren't doing cloud weather then, but power was off for a little over 24 hours during Irma. So just some geographic and weather perspective there. I think it's kind of interesting to touch on as we're just on for so long here watching storm accident. Today's accident does not compare in any way It's just some of the geographic areas, are overlapping. That's why I brought this up in terms of the overall storyline. So again, just worth noting there as we look back in toward the timeline there at Helene in 2024. I mean, those that survived Helene, the Helene folks, and Adalia, survivor to those storms for sure. Debbie was one that, was a hurricane technically that hit in a similar area. It wasn't to this level. I mean, and we're almost, we really started kicking things off, I guess, 10 years ago with the tropics. And it may have, wound things down there in 24, maybe Milton. We'll see if it, winds back up this year. Things can happen real quick, but with our new pattern, El Nino pattern in play, and maybe more about squall lines and severe weather toward the fall and the winter. But it only takes one storm, of course. But, Hermine, started things off in 2020 or 2016, 10 years ago, almost on that 10-year anniversary. And, maybe Milton was the one that wound things down in 24, the active pattern toward, the Sunshine State, because we had went from 05 until 2016 without one hurricane hit in Florida. I mean, just unbelievable. We had not had one hurricane hit after, I think it was Wilma in there in 05. We didn't have one hurricane hit Florida until 2016 with Hermine, which was just a Cat 1, but it had big impacts of power outages toward Tallahassee. And then, I could miss some just going through this. But, of course, Michael in 2018 was just catastrophic toward Panama City and, Panama City area, Mexico Beach, and some of our western fringes there. Then you have a situation there where we had Adalia and Helene and Milton in there, and Matthew, of course, was in 2016. Eastern areas being impacted. It could have been so much worse. It could have been Dora for us here in the modern times. It's a different track, and then speaking of storms that sound like Dorian looked like a worst case scenario for a while, but we got lucky from that back in 2019. So we've just had so many. So many things here in terms of the tropics. Some of our areas have had the worst case, like Helene. That was the worst case pretty much scenario for some of our zones. And, but some of our areas like Stark, Jacksonville, the worst case, and in modern times, as we look there in the overall timeline, it's going back a while. But Dora there in 1964, of course, but not in recent times necessarily. Have we had an impact, that rivals Dora there. So just want to talk about the tropics for a moment there. We don't have anything we're watching right now, which is great. Let me double check because I know one of the models was showing something last night. Let me just make sure not missing anything with this. Make sure the Hurricane Center has not sent anything out. No tropical cyclone activity expected next 7 days. I know in the Pacific we had that one storm fade there that was toward Hawaii with some, surf issues, but then we have a storm called Genevieve there in the Pacific. It was a Cat 5, I believe it was at one point. But that's not an issue toward land. It doesn't look like there, so that's good as we're looking at the overall situation. So I'm going to jump back on camera now. Just wanted to talk about that a little because, kind of like with Michael for Panama City area in a way, it was even worse than Helene. It kind of gets overlooked nationally. Helene gets overlooked for our area. Granted, nationally it gets talked about a lot because it was just even worse in terms of the human toll in western North Carolina. But in our area, we had the worst winds here, and it's our area being impacted by a Category 4 hurricane at one point. It kind of didn't hit the big cities. It didn't hit Jacksonville. It didn't hit Tallahassee like it could have. It kind of went in between, so it doesn't get tied about it. TV stations aren't there, to be completely honest, in that area. So I just don't want people to forget about Helene. Adalia was bad enough, and then Helene was even worse there as we're looking. It's just terrible for our viewers, even though it's not the most populated part of our viewing circle in general. It's still, there's so many people still being impacted here as we're looking at the overall situation. It's just terrible, Helene. Those type of winds coming on in there back in 2024 here. Just a powerful, powerful system. So we'll go ahead and come back on camera with me now, though, with our live view of the Doppler. Nothing like that back in 2024. Nothing like what we saw back in 2024 right now. But still a severe thunderstorm warning here in play. It doesn't look that impressive, but again, we've had reports of problems, so we got to take this seriously. Mayo to Perry, we've been watching. Now we're watching for Cross City in Dixie County. They were hit so hard by Helene there and Adalia as we look down in that zone. And this is headed toward them over the next little bit with some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Not Helene was, I think, 140 at landfall, something like that. Was this winds there? And this is, nothing like that, but still some impactful conditions. Maybe gets up to 60. So again, it doesn't sound like, 40 and 160 or 60 and 140, the overall differences. It doesn't sound like a lot here, maybe in terms of the calculation, but it's really a magnitude up, as you get higher up there. As you're looking at, like, the wind scale, I mean, it's tropical storm force winds. That's a Cat 4 type of wind there. As you're going, its magnitude's higher. But still got that warning for parts of Wakulla there as well. As we're looking at things out west, you can kind of see that's fading, though, it looks like. But we'll keep watching that. To watch some of those areas that probably get trimmed back. You see Tallahassee's out of it. Jefferson's out of it now. But we still got this one here around Brantford, too. Let's not forget about folks around Brantford. I know they're kind of on the edge of this, but Jacksonville might have to issue a warning for that area here based on what I'm seeing. It's not overwhelming, but we've had a history with this of some damage. So just continuing to track things here. Continuing to update you. I mean, remember all the power outages in Helene, Adalia? This is nothing like that. I mean, we didn't have a map like this then, but it was like 100% out. It's 5% out right now toward Taylor, 5% out in Wakulla. So, whole different ball game, whole different, scenario here. Ball game is probably not the right word for that, but just, because it was just so terrible with Helene. For this situation it is, but that was just a terrible situation there 2 years ago. As we're looking at the overall scenario, as we're watching things, as we're being very mindful here, of what happened back 2 and 3 years ago. But again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here. Just trying to keep you guys informed. These numbers here are just not too crazy. As we're looking, we're, an hour. If you're wondering how long I've been on since that 3 o'clock hour, trying to give you guys the very latest. But it's all about trying to protect you, your friends, and your family here. Again, these are not overwhelming numbers, but if a tree falls in your home, it's a bad day for you, a really bad day. A very noteworthy day in your life. I mean, as long as, obviously you're able to just get out of there all right, though, it'll be great, but obviously if somebody gets hurt, then things are, are just so tragic. As we're looking. But again, let's just go ahead and keep looking at the overall situation, just checking some information behind the scenes right now, checking some of my different tools here in my toolkit, meteorological and informational toolkit. So, again, just trying to update you. Again, just thankful for everybody tuning on in here on this Wednesday. On this 29th day of July, 2026. Again, we're near the top of the hour. We have the severe thunderstorm warning to Ward Cross City till 9:15. Some of this action coming on in there in Dixie County. A lot of lightning there around Brantford and just west of Brantford. Not Bradford, but Brantford. I know some folks, when they're new to the area here, like in local media, it's been a while since I've seen this, but you'd see people get Brantford over here confused with where I'm at here in Bradford County. So, again, as we're looking at things, but, Brantford there. So, Brantford's here. And then Bradford County is over here where I'm at. So, again, just for perspective. And we have a Bradfordville in Ward Leon County, but those are different markets. We cover them both here on Clouds Weather. One of the advantages of Clouds Weather, covering a bigger area in terms of being able to, let you know about more going on in the overall vicinity, 38 counties. But, it's a situation here where it's not something where most people are going to get those confused probably here in terms of just the overall storyline. But 34 miles an hour showing up here toward Brantford there. And just west of Brantford off in towards some of these different zones. Parts of Lafayette County there. Looking at the different scans. Let's check the instability on my other system. Got 3,000 joules per kilogram of surface-based CAPE in there. Again, just trying to keep you up to date. A little bit of storm action here in northern St. Johns County around Fruit Cove. Not seeing a whole bunch of lightning with some of that, but our advisory here, that's faded there. We got some stuff in Georgia now evolving that, maybe kind of overlook at points, but no, I think it's just really starting to form up here in Camden County here. Now we have an advisory in play as we're looking at the overall situation. We're just trying to keep you guys up to date. Elliott's Bluff, Harriet's Bluff, as we're looking there, parts of Camden County to 8:30. This looks, again, pretty nasty here around Branford there, right on that Suwannee County line with Lafayette County. One thing that a lot of people would get confused, honestly, is there's a Branford High School, here too. And in Stark here, we have Bradford County High School. Bradford High School here. A lot of people get Bradford High and Branford High, confused. But anyway, this is what happens when we're on for this long, kind of going on a little rambling tour, I guess. But this is what happens when we're on for 4.5 hours. But again, just trying to give you the very latest here to protect you, your friends, and your family. Just trying to keep you guys up to date here on the overall situation. This morning goes for a little over an hour, so we're going to have to be with you for a while longer, it looks like, for parts of Dixie County here as we watch this overall situation. Just continuing to look at our different scans. And I don't know why the radar did that, because I'm not even, sometimes I'm just, I guess, clicking the wrong spot here. But we're going to go ahead and zoom on in here for Southeast Georgia. What it probably is I'm doing this off the computer's right over here, but I'm doing this off a source here where I'm able to mirror the computer and control it, and I might be clicking too fast for it, and I'm one click ahead of it, so it's just throwing it off completely, but just a guess on that. But anyway, as we go ahead and keep you up to date, see all this lightning here around Branford. Again, I keep emphasizing that area. So get around State Road 349. See Southeast Clydesdale Road. I know that reminds me of Super Bowl commercials. This is what happened when we're on for so long. But I think, it's not an overwhelming situation. It's not a hurricane or anything like that. We have everything in red here and things so far. I mean, they've been dangerous, but they've underachieved, to be completely honest, based on the level of numerous warnings we've had. The power outage numbers are not proportional. So, again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here. 43 miles an hour on Branford. See up in Georgia, though, and this is way north of our area, but just kind of say here that there's not too much going on up there right now. We have just the one warning here at this point in time, but it's going for another hour and 10 minutes. Let's remind you guys of the coverage map here. Just trying to keep you informed. Trying to keep you up to date. Let me see if there's any more questions, comments from any of the viewers at home. Don't see any, but I see 9 folks watching right now. Just appreciate you tuning in and trusting me. Again, watching this accent here. Seeing some more stuff form up toward Mariana. See if that ends up becoming a problem for some of our counties later on. Because if you follow that motion, that could get us down in here toward like Wakulla eventually. We'll have to see because temperatures are still up some. As we're looking at things. Again, just trying to update you. Okay, so what we're going to do real quick, we're going to take a break for about 60 seconds. I'll be right back here on Cloud Weather's continuing coverage of some severe weather conditions here impacting portions of our area. Still severe thunderstorm watch for a lot of us till 10 p.m. with that warning at 9:15 around Cross City. So just going to have to keep on tracking things. I'll have more here after just a very quick break here with our, coverage of the weather situation. We'll look back at some of the, way more impactful events like Helene and Adalia in this, next 60 seconds. In the last half decade or so, our area and the region have been through a lot. Stay safe, but it's going to be memorable. I was there around 4 p.m. to document them. Life-threatening situation here. So, again, that's the storyline there. Oh, I think we just had another power flash. Another power flash. Sometimes Bradford County is a tough spot to see a spin-up tornadoes, so we just want you to go ahead and be inside and away from windows. Can't even completely rule out a quick spin-up tornado, so things have started to escalate here. Please take shelter. This is going to cause a lot of damage. Radar-confirmed tornado in southeastern Georgia. We're seeing areas there around Perry. Bear the brunt of this. Coming into these communities and ravaging them. That's what we got to get you guys out. You got to run from that water. You got to evacuate. You got to follow these orders. This is as serious of a situation as I've seen. This is the eye wall. This is where some of the worst of the weather is. When hazardous weather threatens, trust clouds weather. Back here with our continuing coverage of the severe thunderstorm watch, as we have, the severe thunderstorm warning order across city area, hanging on for another hour and 7 minutes. It looks like right now. So again, just trying to update you. That looks like some really strong wind though, more. And we got to switch angles on this. I mean, it doesn't look as strong when you get to certain angles, but kind of go back and forth a little. But moving toward Gilchrist County here, the next little. But I know if this were to hold together all the way across, which it may not, but this is going south of like where we're at here in Bradford County. It's around Brantford there, but you can, here around Stark, it's going to our south as we're kind of looking at things. And then it's just kind of a corridor, kind of like this. I mean, it's going to go a little bit, it's going to go all the way to the coast, but so again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here. Something that I probably should draw that a little different because I know what I'm drawing, but yeah, let me just kind of, maybe just all the way through here though. To this corridor here. It's kind of we're tracking some of that's through Levy County, obviously. They're not under the watch, but there's a different weather service, Tampa, down there. But that's one county that's not under, hadn't been under the watch at one point. It's the one county we don't have, part of the Tallahassee or Jacksonville weather service. It's the Tampa weather service down there in toward Levy County. So. And this severe thunderstorm warning now just being issued west of our area. It does include where we used to cover in Liberty. I don't think it quite includes Gaston. Let me look. It looks close, but Jackson, Calhoun, Holmes, and Liberty. Still got, almost 4,000 joules per kilogram of surface-based CAPE out there. A lot of storm energy. And if that were to get extended past 9:15, we'll have to just kind of see how things go here as we look at the overall corridor. Just have to kind of watch that down there to see if that gets into our coverage area. Still have temperatures here. You can see the story is still pretty hot. We're at 85 here on my thermometer. East to start. This says 86 in the vicinity. It feels like temperatures are still oppressive. It still feels like well into the triple digits in Cross City. That's part of the reason why we still have that concern for a severe thunderstorm warning, though. I've been talking about how, it's kind of been, it was funny, but now it's not so funny because this is, it's going to be able to take advantage of some of those ingredients here in terms of the overall situation here with the moisture and the heat. So, again, just got to be very mindful here as we're looking. Again, I don't like that. The storm has been interesting. This is from the Tallahassee view, so it's looking higher up. How far is that up? That's almost 8,000 feet. I mean, this is not going to show it as much, but there's something to this here on Hatch Bend and moving into northern Gilchrist County. We've had a bunch of warnings today. I feel like we'll probably get a warning here from northern Gilchrist as we look ahead based on what we're seeing in the Doppler, though. There may be an outflow boundary on that. That might be part of the reason why it kind of intensified a little, though. At least for a bit. It's just far on the radar to look. As I'm trying to keep you guys up to date here, just trying to update the best I can. Just trying to be here for you. Trying to be here for you. Let's check the lighting in a certain corridor. 242, 237 the last 15. This new accent coming in. That's quite a bit as well. Not that much different. I'm trying to tilt this the right way here. Gonna wear my mouse out after all this maneuvering today, but again, just trying to keep you guys up to date. See how things bubbled up there on that infrared satellite. I just really telling that story. The overall pattern. Seeing our storms get going, that boundary, that focal point here. Got all the energy, all that heat. Definitely seeing things evolve. Saw some stuff to the south earlier, but saw really the overall focus later on. Definitely that severe thunderstorm watch justified, even though we haven't had just an overwhelming number of reports. We've had an overwhelming number of warnings here today, for sure. Let's go to power outage information again. It's not that bad compared to what it could be based on the number of warnings we've had, but it's still impactful for sure as we're looking at the overall situation. Some folks have already had their power restored too. You got to keep that in mind as we're looking at things. Some of it's going over a little less populated areas playing a role, and some of the, maybe it seems not quite as bad as it could be based on, I counted earlier about 20 warnings being issued here, severe thunderstorm warnings. So just a very busy period here as I continue to keep you guys up to date. I'm sitting down today, by the way, if you guys were wondering, because I knew it'd be a long, long period here that we need to be with you. But again, I'm just trying to update you. Got some stuff here in St. John's and Duval we're watching that no one's not really, it's in Duval, but this is starting to kind of show some signs of strengthening here now in terms of getting a special weather statement. The wind energy getting up there a little bit more. So look here. So got this severe thunderstorm watch. So could get some more warnings down here. Or warnings. I don't think we really had warnings down there that I can remember down in here, but just the overall idea toward the First Coast region. Let me see if there's any questions, comments. Let's see, AJ Watson, appreciate you tuning in. Have a great night. And then It looks like, and I'm supposed to be watching some stuff up there, but the worst going west right now. The watch is over for Tallahassee for the moment, so that's good. Shouldn't get another watch tonight, but we may still have, chance of isolated warning. We'll see, but the watch is over for now, and that's great news. It looks like, no flash flood warnings around here in our area, but there are some flash flood warnings in other parts of the country, Arizona, Colorado, Utah, but not in our area. So I'm looking at things, and then you were watching about Waldo there. I know. Let's see. This will probably go a little bit, off toward the south. Let me make sure that to switch back on over. We're on camera here with this, and right now, Waldo isn't here. I need to. They got that new restaurant over there this week, by the way. But as we're looking down there in northern Alachua County, yeah, there's where Waldo is. You're under the watch till 10, so don't let your guard down. But right now, it looks like the worst of this is going to stay off toward the south and the west, and then it's the southeast. So that's kind of the storyline as we're looking at things, as we're updating you. Some strong storm action, Camden County. And parts of Dixie County with a severe thunderstorm warning. This warning. This is really nasty looking. Granted, it maybe. Let me check our radar. Okay, it was kind of getting higher up. But it's out of the watch area, but we're getting some more formations. So just all that humidity that built up. We're just going to have to watch that overall progressing. This is getting closer to Cross City. Check something other system over here. We do have some views there in Cross City. We'll try to pull up here. It's almost dark, so let's see what we can kind of pull up. Florida 511 cameras. Let's kind of start throwing those on in here. There's some lightning. This is US 19th, last 98 at County Road 351A. So that's 223rd Avenue. You can see the darker sky. That's a pretty nasty looking sky there for sure, with all those flashes of lightning there. As we're looking at things, it's the edge of the axis coming on in there. As we're looking down toward parts of Dixie County. So again, really telling that other story here with these deteriorating conditions coming in toward Cross City there. As we're looking at the overall situation, I know. And just trying to watch things here to, just not fun weather. Not fun weather for sure. As we're watching things here, as we're tracking things, just trying to keep you informed. Trying to be here for you. Just looking at everything here at my disposal. You see all those flashes there. Definitely telling that story. Some of this wind coming right on in here. You can't see it because I'm looking at the radar and you guys are looking at the camera, but let me pull that up here on the other source then. Definitely a lot of lightning here right at sunset. See this wind of 44 coming in across city there in Dixie County. Let me move this over some. It's about to be on in here. If we track some of this, I might be tracking a little more south than how I tracked it there, but you kind of get the idea. Definitely watching the movement. Coming on in toward Cross City there, Dixie County. Severe thunderstorm warning in play. Maybe get some tree damage there, power line damage, something like that. So again, just have to be very mindful of that there as we're looking. Have this warning at 9:15, but it's coming in now toward Cross City. Let's pull up that camera again. Oh, this is what happens when I've been on it for a while. But, you know, just going back to that there, you can see those flashes. That's a lot of flashing going on. Hopefully it's just lightning, nothing more. You know, always a chance could be a power flash or two. Granted, that just probably mean damage and winds, not necessarily a tornado or something. But, you know, just got to be really careful there as we're looking toward that area for sure. Just watching the overall, you know, storminess there for sure as we're keeping you up to date. So. It's coming down, you know, some of these different roadways in there, like Highway 19. We have a camera on, you know, this is camera on Highway 19, really telling that story. We're telling that story there. Definitely some active weather coming on in, stormy weather. Gonna look a little bit further south. I'll probably go back to that other camera in a moment, but I just want to kind of give you some different vantage points. You can kind of see here, looking at the overall viewpoint, right into Cross City itself. And I went to that McDonald's right after Adalia there a few weeks out, you know, past it, you know, hidden. Yeah, just after looking at some of that damage there on Horseshoe Beach. Another camera angle we're going to pull up. You see these dark, low-hanging type of clouds for sure. US 19/98 and Northeast 210th Avenue. Definitely some nasty weather headed on in. I mean, we're looking pretty high up on the radar skiing, so 6,000 feet. So it's could overachieve a little, you know. I mean, 60's a warning, so it's probably, you know, take a lot to overachieve from that, but it just looks pretty nasty coming in. You just never really know. Could have a lot of problems, you know, in Taylor County there. Things overachieved, and just seeing all these flashes here and that low-hanging cloud acts, and definitely telling that with a story here as we're looking toward parts of Dixie County right now around Cross City. The storm accent coming on in just flash after flash after flash. I mean, in that corridor in the last 15 minutes, some, you know, just right there, and you know, on street level it says like 69 strikes, but not that far out of 167 strikes the last 15 minutes. So you can see them on the camera view, the strike after strike here, and some of those are cloud to ground, I'm sure, and then that can be volatile in terms of, you know, maybe, you know, knocking a tree down after it strikes it, or something even worse, even, you know, a person, you know, could get hit. That's why we always warn you with the cloud to ground strikes, you know, that lightning potential just whenever thunder roars go indoors here, as we're looking at the overall situation. So, again, looking at things down toward Dixie County there on Cross City. I know, I'm sure people down there, if you have them cloud to their app, you're getting those lightning alerts. You know, they got the lightning alert for it being 15 miles away as this is coming on in. I know if you haven't downloaded the cloud to their app, you can download that there to Google Play Store, Clouds Weather, or the Apple App Store there. It is listed as KC Cloud Weather. So, again, just make sure you download that today here. It can be really helpful. You can also send users generated content into me as well. And, I haven't had a chance to look at it while I've been on the air here today, but, look through some of the damage and see, what, has happened maybe. Just be careful if you're taking those pictures. But I know we do have a picture of, just what's going on right now with the actual live traffic cam view as we get on out here. There's a lot of flashing going on. This is US 19/91 at County Road 351/Southeast 298th Street. So again, just getting a little bit further south in town, but you see the storm axis there coming on in, nasty conditions coming on in as we're seeing things evolve here, as we're updating it, updating the view. Just going through things here behind the scenes, looking at all the latest. Let's appreciate the viewership here. Let's go ahead and we'll move away from this right now. Go back to the radar for a moment as this comes in on Cross City. It's right around Anderson Road and Northwest 172nd Street. Just that overall vicinity here with this storm axis coming on in. Winds could be stronger than this because we're looking up higher, and based on the damage north could be as well. An indicator you see Gilchrist now in advisory to 9 o'clock. We're looking south of Brantford, moving toward Bell, though. Some of those areas there in Gilchrist County. But again, Dixie County to 915, Cross City being impacted. As we look here, and let's get back to some camera views. This camera should get impacted first. So let's go ahead and pull it up. And kind of see what we're dealing with down there. The overall nature of things. The weather picture. And not so much down toward Levy yet as I'm looking at my map, but gonna be trying to get in toward that area as we look ahead toward the timeline. Deteriorating weather coming in across city now. On the map, I'm seeing Southwest 310th Avenue with some stronger winds. As we look toward Cross City there in Dixie County. Again, seeing the overall impact here of our storm axis being felt. Again, just appreciate everybody's viewership here. Again, just trying to update everybody. I know I'm looking at the radar here. You guys are looking at the traffic cam. And there's a lot of lightning, by the way, off of Camden County in Georgia right now. That's whenever thunder roars go indoors over there as well. Again, just trying to keep everybody safe and informed. I know I'm still here, I promise. It's just I've been on for 5 and, change hour period here. And just trying to be here with the severe thunderstorm warning. Again, let's get back to the map here. Coming in across city there in Dixie County. Coming right on in toward that area with this impact. 41, 36. This stuff out here makes me wonder if we're going to get a break here, because we may not get much of a break if this comes on in here toward our covered area over the next little bit. So have to see if that's severe as we get past 9:15 and Liberty, but it'll be Gadsden probably. Some of this probably gone even clipping, and then McCullough in our area again. So again, I just continuing to update you, continuing to monitor things. So I know we need rain in some of these areas. That's a good thing, to rain. As we look, I mean, some areas Levy almost, they've been getting hammered lately with the rain, though. But some other areas really still need the rain, like we're getting this rain in Cross City. We just don't want the severe weather potential with it. But we're getting some of that now here as we scrub between things. Let's go back to that camera, I think, as this is, really coming on in right here at sunset. I mean, we're at 8:30. It's about, just past it, really. We're out here east of Stark. And seeing those flashes just lighting up the sky there tonight as we're looking towards some of the different areas. Definitely seeing that impact. Definitely seeing that weather impact here for sure, that storm impact. So, it's got to be very mindful. Again, just watching here with you. Severe thunderstorm warning for Cross City. See all that lightning, all that electrical energy. Just really towing out with this story. As we look here, all these flashes, these deteriorating conditions. I mean, I keep saying it in different ways, but this is kind of what the story is there right now for sure. In toward the Dixie County area, as I keep you up to date. We're starting to have that light rain moving to Bradford, but I know if we have folks watching from Bradford and Union, Bradford's where I'm at right now, where we're based at, it's light rain coming in. That's great news in terms of the overall severe threat. I mean, it'd be kind of hard. I mean, they could do it, I guess, but it'd be kind of hard for them to just drop the severe thunderstorm watch, in between. Like, we have stuff behind me that has potential into the west. We have it, but right in here, this is just light rain. You're not getting severe weather out of this for a while. I mean, we could get some stuff in the morning maybe, but you're not through 10 o'clock. There's no way we're going to get severe weather in Union or Bradford here over the next hour and a half with this light rain coming through. So, for all intents and purposes, our severe threat in the short term is over. There has been a few lightning strikes in here, but this is just light to moderate rain. We need the rain, so that's not a bad thing at all. I mean, it's not going to help that much, but, in the short term, we're going to add up rainfall totals eventually, but this is just not, that's not that big of a deal at all there with that. But we have the severe potential to, going down in here. I mean, this is, in this corridor down in here. And then I kind of have to redraw this out when I do this, but we have, I'll just do it like this. We have stuff right into the coast as well with some potential. So just rehashing that there so you see that a little bit better. Make sure not covering it up, but out here is when we have this severe warning for Cross City, until 9:15. Let's just go ahead and we'll throw back on up here. We'll throw back up here on this view of the traffic camera, US 19/98 at Kearney Road, 351A/223rd Avenue. Again, the stormy condition, trying to come on in here as we're tracking things. Just, updating you here hour by hour. Oh, goodness, this vivid lightning here. See if there's any more questions, comments. I know. My friend there with Southern Tennessee weather, Elijah Kirby, he calls it stormage, and I definitely think that's the right word for what we're seeing right now. Stormage is coming on in there toward areas around Cross City right now, in toward Dixie County with all this lightning. So, again, I'm just trying to keep you guys up to date. You can see all these flashes here with the electrical energy around. So, just got to be very mindful here of the situation as we're looking at things with the overall camera. Some folks do out and about, obviously. You don't really want people to be adding this if they can avoid it. As we've, unlike some of the pop-up stuff, this, a little bit more of a warning here. We had to watch them play. Just, it'd be best to be at home if you could. Here, just don't want to be in a spot where a tree could fall, obviously. That's just so serious. And that lightning, that flashing just really going on there. As we're looking at things right now here in the overall pattern, just really seeing things evolve here in terms of seeing some of the rain getting on the camera lens here a little bit. So again, just trying to update the best I can here. I just trying to involve, or inform you as we're, seeing Cross City being involved here with this storm activity. So I know areas in Gilchrist County seeing some storm activity as well. As we're looking at things here, as we're updating the best I can. I'm just trying to keep you informed here on this Wednesday, the 29th day of July, 2026. Just trying to be here for you. Just looking at my different sources here. We do have quite a few things, just trying to watch for in terms of their overall impact. Just trying to update you here. Again, just looking here at all the different tools in the toolkit. Definitely important to do that. Let's do the coverage map up real quick. See folks like Thomas watching right now. Appreciate you tuning on in. Trust in me. Appreciate everybody's viewership. Keep you guys up to date. Just trying to be here best I can. And I have that warning right now in Dixie County. That's where it is on the map geographically. We have John watching there. Appreciate you tuning on in. Appreciate everybody trusting me. I'm just looking through a couple things right now. Gonna go ahead and come back on camera with that traffic cam. It is a dramatic view for sure as we're looking at things. So here you go. You can definitely see what we're talking about. It is, I mean, the lightning will be coming back in soon, I'm sure. But, there you go, some of it. But it's been even more, dramatic over the last few moments as we're looking at things there. There you go. That's what I'm talking about there as we get, unfortunately, out toward parts of Dixie County. A pretty nasty night there with the storm activity coming on through Cross City right now into toward parts of Dixie County. So, I mean, parts of Gilchrist County, a pretty strong storm impacting Bell as well, that community, as I'm looking at things on the Doppler radar. But see Cross City there, just all this lightning, just lighting up the sky there for sure. As we're updating the best we can. Again, just, really telling you guys what, is happening here with the overall pattern. I'm just really telling you what's happening here. It's just all about trying to be here for you. Okay, I guess that camera, I don't know if it took a power hit or just been on it for quite a while. So we'll jump off of it for a moment. As you can see the Doppler view there toward Cross City. See if I can get another camera view up right in Cross City. See all the storm acts into the heavy rain. Let's put velocity up real quick. Some wind energy right over in the Cross City area. Coming on through here as we loop it. I know, like in the winter months, sometimes we'll have a day where we have to, be concerned, turn the logo red. It's like a tornado threat really on play. We don't have much of that today as we're looking at things. It's not completely zero, but it's not much of that. But you'll have a pattern, you get a bunch of high shear around, low cape. You end up not getting maybe a bunch of warnings. But today, all this energy around. Knew we'd probably have some warnings here just with, just the overall pattern. We've had a slew of them for sure. As we go ahead and get back on over to camera view right now, we'll pull that on in. You can see US 19/98 there at Southeast 259th Street. Again, I'm just trying to update you there and all that lightning for sure. Really lighting up the sky right now in Dixie County in the Cross City area there. As we tell you and give you the latest with that weather story, we're trying to let you know what is happening there toward the overall areas there as we get down toward like Dixie County and Cross City. So I know looking toward Gilchrist County, it's a pretty nasty storm around Bell as well, by the way. But the worst, most concerns Cross City. Let me see if I can pull up something around Bell. I can't remember if we have any Florida 501 views over there. I might not, but let me just look here on the fly. It's a pretty nasty thunderstorm around there too. And Old Town has a camera. No camera in Bell. Okay. Just thought I'd check here. We'll pull up Old Town to the east a little bit. Let me see where that is on the map before I pull it up. I mean, I have it up here, but Old Town is in here. Yeah, right there. There you go. That's where the camera I'm about to pull up is from. A little more in the periphery. Kind of get an idea here. The conditions have been deteriorating over there. There is a severe thunderstorm warning for you guys in Old Town as well at this. So there you go. As the lightning telling that story with just the overall electrical nature of things. As we're looking toward Old Town there, in toward eastern parts there of Dixie County. So the lightning counter dropped some in that area, it looks like, but still noteworthy. Still noteworthy, as you can tell by our traffic cam. As we're updating you on the overall scenario. Oh, the lightning is just all over the place there. I mean, a lot of this is cloud to cloud, but some of it's cloud to ground, and that's what can be dangerous here. As we're looking here at the overall situation, you just got to be very mindful and cognizant of that here. Just got to be really careful whenever thunder roars go indoors here for sure. I mean, it's nighttime now. Yeah, it's not been a fun day with the temperatures, though, for a lot of us. Remember the heat index I was talking about? Just so swampy there toward Dixie County for sure as we're looking at things overall. So, again, I'm just trying to keep you up to date here on the situation. Just trying to keep you up to date. Looking here at the radar scans, I'll be curious to see if Tampa extends this into Levy or not. You know, the weather service there in Tampa past 9:15. A lot of rain toward Jackson County and areas west of the area, Liberty County. Flood, advisory over there, and we'll have to see if that translates, west of Tallahassee, if that gets into our county or not. Counties or not, Gadsden and Wakulla, Leon. Some of that's going just west, but some of it's kind of probably going to fairly slip in. So we might have to stick with you for stuff in our western fringes here as we look past, the 9:15 mark. So again, just continuing to give you the latest. Just all this lightning here, Roy, telling that story. Roy, telling that story here. We're just trying to be here for you. Just trying to be here for you. It's so important here. I'm just going through some of my tools here behind the scenes. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and jump back on over. You see all that lightning there, but jump back to the radar. You're seeing the stuff I'm watching to the west there. Seeing more lightning. But let me see what else I can kind of come up with. With the radar back down here. Just trying to keep everybody up to date. Look at all that lightning. All that electrical energy. Just really vivid skies, really vivid, in terms of the overall view, lighting things up for sure, as we're updating you the best we can. Again, just updating you hour by hour. Looking at some of my different modes on the other computer. Just trying to keep you up to date. Storm accent still coming on through. Let's check power outages again. Again, you see it's not that bad looking compared to as long as we've had to be on. I mean, this is not bad at all. We've had just a slew of warnings, though. I mean, I'm, just been on for the warnings here. We haven't, had anything in terms of like a tornado warning, thankfully, but It's quite a few damage reports. Granted, it could be way worse with as many warnings we've had. I mean, go back 6 hours here. Just watch all these yellow boxes and so many of them on the board here across the different zones. And sticking with you the best we can. Just really telling that story as we're updating you. You see how, things are a lot more stable here around Stark, though. As you already see at the end of this loop, near the end of this loop. We're at 84 degrees, but maybe a rogue lightning strike in here. But right now, and I'm trying to draw a check mark. You can see it if I zoom in, but the way our things are set up here. I just wanted to show you how we're doing. We're looking pretty good here. We do have a watch, but we don't really need to watch right now here around Stark. So that's the good news. Just some light rain coming in as we try to keep you updated. I've been a lot of reports though earlier on with this. Taylor County again, some of the more impressive with several reports of trees down there. Several trees down, at least 10 calls were on the screen around the time, of the information coming in. So a lot of trees down in Taylor County, and that's been pushing south and east here over the last little bit. Let's see what radars we want to kind of go to. Let's get a track on this. Okay, so we've been here a long time, but let's see what we can give you. Moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. I need to do that again. I started a little bit too far in. Let's just try that one more time. Okay, so 25 is still not going that far, but you can still see some of the spots being impacted by this strong to severe activity. Fanning Springs is here in just about now, and then Horseshoe Beach, 856, Trenton, 856, Newberry at 909 there, Chiefland, 915, Archer, 931, and Bronson, 931. So just to kind of give you that broad level here in terms of the overall storm acts, and some of that's just strong with the advisory in play toward like Gilchrist, and then a warning though toward Dixie County. So just kind of the overall storyline here as we're tracking this on out. So again, just trying to update the best I can here on this scenario as things do move along in the coverage area. And I'll go to our other mode now. It's going to show a whole bunch more communities, but we'll change our rank size here real quick. Kind of go through that, and we'll go to, where you see here spots, we're talking about Horseshoe Beach, but you see some of these other areas in here over the next little bit being impacted, like Fowler's Bluff at 907. So again, and there you go, just kind of seeing the overall progression of this. As we get back out toward the west here, I wonder if, let me check my instability value there on Tallahassee. It's about 2,500 joules per kilogram, but just to the west and south is over 3,500. So this could ride that corridor down to the southeast. We're going to have to watch it. The track on this is, okay, they're saying it's moving west. I don't know how is that moving west? That's what they're saying with that warning, but that's not really moving west. Okay, so, it's drifting down toward the southeast there. As we're looking, I would do a track on this, but I'll just do it like this. As we're looking here, so the overall activity is really not moving much, but it is drifting down to the south and east here, as you can kind of tell. Our skip markers are kind of divided on this, so the points. Right now I'm more southeast, but some of them were. Well, I think one of them did try to move a little bit of the southwest for a moment there, but we'll go back a whole hour because that's when they issued this. But generally, it's just a lot of rain flooding threat. That's west of our area, but I just want to see if it's going to get into our area here. So there's a flood advisory there, though, for sure. Getting up there on those rain numbers out that way. We'll have to just see if that translates here toward like Wakulla and Leon there, knowing what color we've had, some issues with some outages, and that watch is mainly just for the stuff to the west here up that clips the county. Not as much to where those reports are, but again, just trying to keep you up to date. Again, let me see if there's any more questions, comments. Appreciate everybody tuning on in. Appreciate everybody's viewership. If we get lucky here and don't have a warning past about 9:15, I'll probably just keep the stream running a little longer for the radar in case we need to break back in. So just be aware of that here as we're looking at things. Let's go to satellite. See how things kind of fired on up here. Definitely see it. With the overall viewpoint. Just seeing the overall storm accent come together here in the weather picture. Just looking through all the different storms. We're watching, we're tracking, monitoring. Trying to watch these angles here. Okay, Weather Service Tampa's going an advisory instead of a warning until 10 o'clock as we look downstream. Let me see what that's about. Well, I don't see it here, but there is an advisory now for Trenton, Archer, Newberry until about 9:45. Strong thunderstorm, wind gusts to about 40 in that area. I know if I jump off here and, it's a situation, you're still getting a thunderstorm around, what's just not meeting severe criteria, but we'll see still lead the radar up here, at least through, I would say, 10 with the watch in play here, and then we'll kind of reevaluate. I mean, we may have to just stick with it if this gets a warning into our area here. I mean, it's not that far off. It very well may, but there's a lot of lightning there anyway. A lot of wind energy just west of Mariana, but our area, we used to cover Liberty and Franklin. We don't anymore, but our area still starts. And let me do it in red so we can see it a little bit better. My eyes are getting a little tired at this point here, but that's just how it is with the overall pattern. Our area starts right here, if you're wondering, where I cover. So if we get the yellow box in any of these areas, we have to be on. I know technically it kind of looks like it's overlapping there, but it's not. I double checked. As we're looking toward Gadsden, but if it crosses that into that line with a yellow box, and that means it's in our area, we have to stick with it. So just kind of letting you know. I mean, in theory, let's try to use a different color here at the same time. In theory, I mean, it could eventually kind of cross over as we're looking at things. So again, we'll just have to continue to watch. It may even do it a little bit more east of that, but again, just trying to keep you up to date best I can here. Appreciate everybody's viewership there. Ignore that one scan from that one radar view, but again, just trying to keep you informed here. If you're watching like on YouTube, make sure you hit that subscribe button. It's free to do that if you haven't already done so anyway, and then just hit that like button on the video if you haven't done so as well. Help you see this content more, and other folks see it more as well, to be updated on weather conditions, because we have another risk tomorrow. And let's look at today's here. I don't know if we've got a new update for today yet, but okay, we have, and it's just a marginal now areas, here in North Central Florida south, really, which is interesting because let me double check. I'm a little surprised we don't have a marginal out there. We have that warning, but okay. As we go ahead and look here, we do have the risk here tomorrow. It gets back up to the north again. So again, we'll have to be here with you as necessary, trying to give you guys the very latest here on the overall situation. Still some lightning there on Cross City. This is that new advisory for Levy, though. The Tampa office is to 10 o'clock. I see that Bradford and Union and Columbia, a lot of spots have been trimmed out of the watch now. But we still have like an advisory, like, we're watching down toward Levy County. There gusts to 40 possible. Moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. With the storm activity. Okay, so we're still watching things. We're still updating you. There's that watch has been trimmed back, by the way. You can see the pink color racing there, pushed down to the south some with that, which is good. As we're watching the overall meteorological scenario here with the storm activity. I still have this warning here. But again, right now it looks like the weather service downstream, which is Tampa office for Levy, is going to go with an advisory. Remember, we do cover Levy, the only county out of our 38. It's not under, weather service Tallahassee or weather service Jacksonville. But there's our 38 county map. We're watching an advisory for Dixie, or a warning for Dixie, but an advisory for Levy. I know Dixie, weather service Tallahassee, Gilchrist, weather service Jacksonville, Levy, weather service Tampa, Ruskin. So again, that's kind of the storyline with that there in terms of the county warning areas, and just my area here on this map. But again, just updating you guys here on the very latest information. Trying to update you the best I can here as things do evolve. I know we're at 83 degrees or east of Stark right now. Not really getting too much rain, just maybe some light rain right now here where we're at. But just trying to update you here. Just trying to update you on the overall situation. Okay, so it's 9:04 p.m. Been with you since the 3 o'clock hour, so I've been talking a while. As we look here, you see this stuff up to see this gets us a warning on our western fringes down in here to Wakulla or even Gadsden, Leon possible. But you see here, southern parts of Dixie, east of Horseshoe Beach, where some of the worst of this is, some of these different roads in here. Southeast 779th Street. We're seeing a pretty strong storm around Trenton there in Gilchrist County. See special weather statement parts of Alachua County. Let's pull up some different views here the best we can. Definitely watching things, and then let's go to the outages. These are not that bad compared to all the warnings we've had, to be completely honest. That's great news, obviously. But again, we've been with you for a while trying to give you the very latest. I mean, some power has come back on in some spots. And, that's not factored into that. But there's your temperatures as we're updating you. Just trying to be here for you. There's a bunch of reports. These were just north of our area. Some of them, a lot of them there. Looks like we had a report earlier on of I don't like seeing that. Okay, there was a wildfire report coming in here out of Camden County. A portion of I-95 northbound and southbound in Camden County closed due to heavy smoke and reduced visibility from a nearby wildfire. So maybe some lightning sparking that there as we're looking at things in toward parts of our area there. A report out of Camden County of I-95 north and southbound closed due to heavy smoke and reduced visibility from a nearby wildfire. So let me see what I can pull up on that. We're going to check some information here. Again, still have that drought situation. Let me pull that back in here. We've shown that over, and over the months. And I know here it's kind of, you can kind of see it's still, moderate drought and needs some rain for sure. Again, there's a report of a wildfire situation in Camden County there. A portion of I-95 north and southbound closed due to heavy smoke there and reduced visibility in that area. So let me see if I can find out anything else. Camden County Sheriff's Office. Let me check that. Okay, Camden County Emergency Management put out an alert 45 minutes ago that I-95 northbound is closed in both directions between exit 14 and exit 22 due to a wildfire. Heavy smoke resulting in zero visibility conditions on the interstate. All traffic diverted to U.S. Highway 17 until further notice. Prepare for traffic to stop, slow down or stop suddenly. So Camden County, not fun there. Let me see what I can do about getting a traffic camera up in that area. I'll step out of the shot here for a minute and we'll pull this up because I don't have the Georgia one set in here. So I gotta go in here and see if I can pull something up. Just bear with me. Just a fluid situation, a one-man band, but it's all about trying to give you guys the very latest here. 8 miles of the interstate being closed because of wildfire, not what you want to hear. Okay. There's one camera in that area. So we'll go ahead and go with it. Give me just a moment here. A little bit of rain here around Stark for a brief moment. By the way, I'm hearing it. What I'm gonna do, there's not much to sew on here, but it's worth sewing. So I'm not gonna sew it for just a brief second off camera. It's actually pixelating real bad, but we're gonna try to sew this once it clears up just a bit here. Well, I'll sew it to you. I know it is really blurry, but may only keep it up for a couple seconds, and that's not it. But let me go to our traffic source. Yeah, you can see we're having some issues there with that Georgia 5-1 perspective. You can kind of see here, I don't think they're on my end, but just you can kind of see the overall rough nature of the traffic backup because of a wildfire shutting down parts of I-95 because of reduced visibility there in towards southeastern Georgia. So again, just trying to give you guys the very latest on this here. Georgia 511 perspective of Georgia Department of Transportation camera there. As we're looking toward I-95, again, the backup is, significant there. Right on the edge of where the road is closed because of wildfire smoke we've had. Maybe lightning, do what I would think. It almost have to be the cause here as we're looking at things. So again, that's the storyline there. Of course, Camden County is in southeastern Georgia. As we're looking at things, as we're updating you. Again, just trying to keep you informed during the situation. I'm just trying to look through all the different tools in the toolkit. Gonna get sit back down here on our set in front of the wall. Okay. It's been on here for a while. Hopefully we'll get a break here, but I'm just continuing to give you the latest. Okay, so we have this wildfire situation there where a portion of I-95 north and southbound closed in Camden County because of heavy smoke and reduced visibility from a wildfire. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy almost when you think about it. Like, we're talking about storms and heat. And now we're talking about a wildfire. I mean, heat and wildfire go together, but not storms in the traditional sense. But we had lightning here. Let's try to investigate a little bit here with this. We'll go back. Let's go back 3 hours here. We'll go back 3 hours with our lightning. Let's do that. So this is I-95, and here just kind of, you see some flashes in the vicinity, but let's see here. There's one back in there. Maybe that was it. It's possible. I may go back a little further. Let's go back 4 hours as we're looking at things. Just trying to update you there. Trying to keep you safe, trying to keep you informed, trying to be here for you the best I can. This is I-95. Let me pull the markers on here so you see what I'm talking about. Let's go to the actual radar view. We'll go back even further. I mean, I kind of saw something in there. It could have been it. I just want to see so much go on today. Let's go a little bit. It's 10-minute increments. We're going to loop this back around. You definitely see some stuff occasionally in the vicinity there. So, and now wildfires, the smoke setting down I-95 there, as we've alluded to. Definitely noteworthy. I'm going to try to pull this in here better. Again, that's the storyline up there. How much rain did they get today? Not a lot. That's the issue sometimes. You get lightning, but not rain. That might be the smoke from it. Is that what that is? I think that is. Okay. We haven't seen this in a while. We're, reminding me of our April and May months here a little bit. Because I bet if I go to correlation coefficient, that looks like smoke there. Talk about severe thunderstorms for 6 hours, and then we get to talk about a wildfire. So, not great. But as we go ahead and look here again, setting down parts of I-95 here, as we're looking at things. Let me just see if we have anything to check our source here. Trying to show something just north with that, and I mean, I don't know if this is how accurate this is, but this is a product we haven't had to use it much, and I think it's just going to some old information actually, so let's not worry about that too much. But again, just trying to keep everybody up to date. Our drought index, I know this isn't the best way to show this, but had some conditions at times favorable for fire. That's not really helping us out very much there, but you kind of get the idea as we're looking at things. All right, as of 9:15, our warning's gone now for our area. We don't have any active warnings, and they have not gone with a warning to the west either, which is great news. But let's, keep looking here. You see some lightning there, and storm axe in there, Trenton to Newberry. You have a southern part of Dixie County, some lightning moving into Levy County. Just definitely watching some of that activity there. See if we get any more warnings. Maybe we won't. Maybe we'll get lucky as we look here. That storm just west of the area, though. It looks pretty close to a warning, but granted, that's a little west. I mean, photo of trees down there on a road that's in parts of the Calhoun County area. It looks like that's west of our zone, but see all these reports here. Starting to see some more. Lafayette County, we talked about some of that. It's still weird, so that's why it looks like it's not in the exact right spot. But tree down in Mayo, you know, all this action here. I know situation where you're trying to enjoy that last little bit of summer before the kids go back to school, and we have these storms coming on through for some of us. For Starkist, it's been a little rain. I mean, not that much so far, but we have to watch the days ahead as we look at the overall situation. Let me see if there's any more questions, comments. Just appreciate everybody tuning on in. I'm gonna probably try to wrap and just go to radar stream soon, unless we need to stick with this. Well, before I go to our model, I want to. This is something. That smoke here, that's definitely smoke from wildfire. Action there in north southeastern Georgia. Let's put our roads on here a little bit better with some of this. Blowing the smoke is, at least. I mean, it's some of this is a pretty rural area. I mean, it's not up there, but down here it is. It would seem I'm not seeing many of the roads pop up, thankfully, but definitely looks like some wildfire smoke in there, because the way this has been not, we had rain, but now it's more apparent, because trying to say that might have been fire even in there, but it was too close to call for a while, but now it's just all, you see that kind of plume there. So again, just trying to keep you up to date as I look at my different tools here. I mean, definitely have that wind blowing things off in that direction. So look at one of my different sources here. So again, 8 miles of I-95 being shut down because of a wildfire. I would think it'd been caused by lightning, but you never know for sure. But again, just watching this here. Again, we had some rain, and some of that was probably smoke in there too. I mean, it may be more smoke than I'm giving it credit for, honestly, which that really tells how bad it was, and if that's the case. But maybe some different boundaries kind of helping to spread this. So it looked like some of that was smoke in there too. We're investigating this live on the fly, by the way. You saw really around 8 o'clock. I think that's when they were shutting down the road, and it probably got really thick in there when we had like maybe a boundary go across that and really kind of push things upward and across. So you kind of see, I think a lot of that yellow is that earlier on in the timeline. Like, I'll scrub back some. So some of that's rain in there, and, the red to the east, but then I think that's smoke, some of that just being spread upward, and it's kind of faded some. It's just so much, there's been so much there that, as I scrub back, it was not easy to pick out at first. I mean, but you see some of that smoke there from the wildfire that's shutting down parts of I-95 there in north southeastern Georgia. So been talking about the heat, been talking about storms, now we're talking about a wildfire. We still need rain, as that kind of underscores very much so. As we're looking. Let me go to, because I have some different tools. I haven't done this too much with this. We had this right before we had the Barron system, really, and using it on here with the wildfire stuff around. It's so terrible what happened in Brantley County in April. As we're looking at things, I mean, just so tragic. All those homes being lost. So again, let me go ahead here. See if there's anything else I can kind of pull on in. Just a different way to maybe visualize it. I have not seen any reports of evacuation so far. You see how it's kind of going to a more rural area. I'm checking that some. Just keep checking that while we're on. Again, the alert's being sent out here within just a little bit less than an hour ago. I-95 closed in both directions between exit 14 and exit 22 due to a wildfire there and heavy smoke, resulting in zero visibility on the interstate. So all traffic diverted to US 17 until further notice. Prepare for traffic to slow or stop suddenly. So again, an unusual situation here, but just sometimes things take that turn a little bit here in terms of what's going on as we're looking. Thankfully, not seeing evacuations be needed. It doesn't seem. But again, I-95 being shut down there, for an 8-mile range is impacting that travel home, maybe, from summer vacation for some folks even. So they're having to take 17. So let's go ahead and say that on our street level. So instead of over here, they're having to be diverted to this road over here. So I'm sure that's backing up traffic through Woodbine and some of that area there. Granted, let me look at my other mode here. Do I have it up? I'm on different modes here. Let me see. Let me see exactly where that kind of switches off. So yeah, it looks like from about Woodbine to about Horace Stamp Church Road is where the interstate's shut down right now because of the wildfire and the wildfire smoke. You're hearing me right. A wildfire. I've been in severe coverage for hours, and now we have a wildfire situation that shut down parts of I-95 here as we're looking towards southeastern Georgia. So 8-mile stretch of it. I'm sure it's busy on 17 going through Woodbine right now. As we're looking. I'm going to check, see if there's a way for me to check that on my source. Yeah, see actually some of the traffic back up a little bit on the Georgia Department of Transportation map, showing some slower road activity there right in Woodbine. So the smoke is right behind me here. We don't have any new severe warnings again. I feel like we're jumping back to April and May all of a sudden for this one little storyline with what we had with that wildfire situation, especially April. That was just a chaotic situation with all those wildfires here as we're looking, as we're updating you. So again, let's look at our storms though. Parts of Levy County, significant advisory, Gilchrist there. Seeing some gusty winds down there, but not right now to severe limits, which is good. We've had some reports earlier with some of these winds in Duval County. That's your 58 gust wind there earlier. We were tracking neighbor states in that Mayport area. This stuff here looks like it could still get us another warning if we're not careful to order western fringes, but the advisory cuts off before our area right now through 9:45. So we'll just have to see how it meanders around. That could get on a flash flood warning just west of our area too with all that lightning. It's just, I'm sure, lighting up the sky out west of our viewing circle. But what I think we're going to do right now, we're going to leave the radar running, of course. And if we need to pop back in for any more severe warnings over the next little bit, or if there's, important wildfire news, even with the evacuations would be the real reason I need to jump back in probably. Then we'll jump back in. But again, I thank you for your trust in me. But we'll be back on, whether it's here in the next little bit or tomorrow. Maybe you have to be pretty early as we're looking at things. I think I was going to go before we saw that wildfire situation. We're going to go to our model again. So let's do that. Let's do that here real quick. Let me scrub through this. I kind of like take it apart really. So in terms of in our creation mode here, for instance. I'm seeing all our different computers, and let me just go ahead and go into creation mode. And let me see, are we in the, let's go to 18Z. Okay, well, that looks weird with the, why is that showing that like that out there to the east and not over land? I'm not really sure why, but it's not going to weaken that quick, but makes me question it a little bit then. Let me see if this, let me go to latest then. That is our latest run. But we'll just go ahead and, we're watching things develop here as we look through the day tomorrow. And then hanging on, and then just continuing to track here, with the overall situation. A bunch of different things coming together meteorologically to the north, it looks like. Low pressure, warm front, cool front. So might have some nasty weather up in Tennessee. Well, who knows, though, with this far out in terms of the pattern, things could shift around as we're looking at things. But we have nasty weather around here that we got to watch and be mindful of, obviously, toward our 38 counties. So let me go ahead and I'm going to go to our European model here. I need to take some things apart in it because we've been on for so long. Let me see. We're on the 18Z update now. Okay. Just want to make sure. So you see our totals really going up here, adding two things into Monday. Some rain's already fallen, so these are a little less for the future totals, but still a lot of rain expected as we get to the next few days ahead. Wet, even if we don't have quite as many warnings for severe thunderstorm activity. Still just going to be active overall here as we're looking at things. I know 7-day forecast telling that story. We're going to keep things red for a little longer. Granted, after I wrap this stream up here, somewhere in that, time frame here, I'll probably turn it back to blue. Granted, we still got to be aware. I mean, this is not an all clear by any means. I'll keep evaluating things for tomorrow. If I see enough of a threat for severe that we might have a chance of a slide, a real decent chance of that, then I might keep things red. But right now, I may go back to blue. Not that it matters that much for you guys. It's just the overall storyline in terms of, that's what we've had the banners red and the logo red today to talk about the, I don't want to use the word enhanced because that correlates to the SBC. And they've had slide down. They're down to marginal, but we're still letting this, play out here a little longer. But, it's a day where we've been paying attention very carefully is what I'm saying. Just really being more mindful here, more vigilant. We've had numerous warnings, just not, luckily I haven't seen those correlate to power outages too much, overall, which is what we like to see. So, again, these are not overwhelming at all compared to what we could get here. Granted, some have already been restored, some spots. That's the good news in that regard. But, again, we're just continuing to track things, and if I need to pop back in, I will. So, I just keep it tuned to cloud weather. I may go back a little longer with this loop. Let's go. We'll go 2 hours. Let's make it 3 hours. We'll go 3 hours. We'll go 10-minute increments, and we'll go 2 seconds at the end there. So just to kind of remind people of what we've had here too. So we'll leave this running, and if I need to pop back in, I will, of course, as we update you. But, let me see if there's any more questions, comments real quick. I don't see any right now. But, again, we do have a wildfire situation. We're 8 miles of I-95 is closed there in southern Georgia toward Camden County. So that's, unusual situation. It was, we had back in April timeframe a lot, but hadn't been doing that much lately. But some of that lightning causing a problem there. A traffic alert on 95 closed in both directions between exit 14 and exit 22 toward Camden County, Georgia there, not far from Woodbine, Georgia, due to wildfire heavy smoke resulting in zero visibility conditions. All traffic diverted to US Highway 17 until further notice. So, don't see anything about evacuations right now. We showed you where that smoke was. It's kind of spreading more, northeasterly there in terms of the overall pattern. I'll just you can kind of run the other radar. So I need to switch it to this radar. But, that looked a little more intense in that last frame there. The yellow coming back in there. I mean, we had some more of that. I just couldn't tell very good earlier because we were kind of, jumping through things with the storm coverage, but weren't really paying attention to something like this too much. But got to be kind of careful there. You see parts of 95 being impacted. So, in that overall corridor, here's another rumble of thunder, I thought, here around Stark. Most of this shouldn't really have lightning right where we're at around Stark right now. But we'll just, a rogue strike can't be completely ruled out in this type of pattern. Looks like a little heavier band. We had a downpour for a minute. It's kind of forming as it gets down there into clay a little bit more. It's still been warm, just hadn't had very, unstable atmosphere. That's why they, with the lighter rain coming in. So that's why they dropped that watch there that was in play for Union, Bradford, Clay, that corridor there. But, again, no active local warnings right now. We're going to wrap for the time being. Let me make sure we're on the best radar for all of us, and that's the Valdosta and the Broad View. So we're coming up on the bottom of the hour. It's now 9:30, and I appreciate your trust in me. I've been on for about 6 hours with coverage here, trying to give you guys the very latest to protect and inform you, your friends, and your family. Just appreciate everybody. We're going to leave the radar running for a little longer here, and if we need to pop back, and we will. We may still have to for our western fringes, believe it or not. Gadsden, Leon, Wakulla, there's Stormax, and just west of there toward Jackson. That's been pretty impressive. They're just west of the area that has an advisory, and for wind and for flood advisory there too. So let me see what that's for in terms of those numbers real fast here. Just hate to jump off and then have to jump right back in or something. Still might have to, but 50-mile-an-hour gust out there. We have flood advisory, out toward areas there too for, getting up there a little bit on those rain gauges. Good bit up toward Mariana there, and not our area, but just seeing if that trends. It looks like it's trending more southerly, by the way, if you kind of watch it here on this. So that might keep it just west of the zone, which would be great news. We're still watching Levy County for some pretty strong stuff in that vicinity. Southwest of Lodge around Archer's getting pretty strong weather as well, with some gusty winds just below severe limits, but not quite enough for me to stick with it because instead of getting a yellow box and those 60 gust potential numbers, you're seeing a little bit less than that. which is good news. But we're going to leave the radar running so just to be able to watch it that way. And you have the interactive radar on cloudweather.com/radar, so you can get that when we're not on the air here as well. So that's going to do it for me in terms of my talking and being in front of the camera for now. But we're going to leave that radar running. Just appreciate everybody tuning in here. Appreciate you trusting me. We have no active local warnings right now, which is great news, obviously, as we're looking across the 38 counties. We're just going to be here if we need to with more updates. But we're going to leave this running. Again, I appreciate your trust in me. Appreciate your viewership. We'll be back here as warranted because we have that risk tomorrow as well. A marginal unplay, a 1 out of 5. Some damage and winds possible again. A probable, in some ways, again, for some of us, not a 2 out of 5, but a 1 out of 5. And we'll be here to give you the latest as conditions warrant. I see a lightning strike just popping up in southwest Clay. That's probably where I heard that rumble of thunder from here, east of Stark. So a little bit of that interestingly popping up. There's still technically a Watson Putnam, but it's only for another 30 minutes. So don't think we'd get anything, to ramp up that quick. But maybe a little bit more of that untapped potential down there will be something to watch. But through Bradford, there really hadn't been too much here at all. It was light rain, a little bit of a heavier downpour here and there. But that'll do it for now. Stay safe. Be careful. Again, keep in mind I-95 shut down there because of that wildfire for 8 miles. Exit 14 to exit 22 in southeast Georgia. A very unusual situation there compared to what we've been talking about lately. But we just have to be very mindful, of that situation up there for our viewers in toward that zone there. Exit 14 to exit 22 shut down. I-95 is because of wildfire smoke. No evacuations ordered yet, but the road closed there. People being diverted to US 17 as we're looking toward the Woodbine area. So that's it for now. Stay safe. Be careful. We'll be back here if warranted. Going to leave this running for the time being. Try to enjoy things the best you can.